Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of the Market Open. It is Friday, September 12th. We are back. We are live. I know it has been a past couple of days of inconsistency on the show. Really, over the past couple of weeks, it's been a little tough with all the scheduling and traveling. Just got back from Vegas 2 nights ago, but yesterday we had an event in New York City, so I was kind of gone the entire day. Slept about 4 hours over the past couple of days, but last night I got some sleep. Got home at like 10 p.m. last night and got a little bit of rest. And we're back, and we are here. Stop traveling. Yes, you and me both want to stop traveling. We are going to be home probably for the next couple months. Routine will be back to normal. Market open, market close. I will finally be able to like live in this fancy apartment that I have now, because I've lived here for like 3 days in total. But yeah, I'm really sorry about the inconsistency of it. It's just these events were like very important events, whether it was AIPCon or Robinhood's Vegas Summit, which we talked about a couple days ago. We did the market open on Wednesday. You guys got to hear from Tanner and Roy about the Vegas Summit. I'll talk a little bit more about some of my opinions on the event and products and all that stuff. But we're back. We're here and we are live. And oh boy, what a day that I missed yesterday. I kind of didn't really have access to my phone yesterday. So basically we were at some event at Palantir's New York City headquarters. I'll talk more about that later. And I didn't have my phone the whole day. It was just like, so at 4 p.m. I got my phone and I saw Opendoor was up 75%. I saw the S&P was up 1% all-time highs. I saw Warner Brothers, which Steve recommended 3 months ago. He was like, dude, we need to look into Warner Brothers. I was like, we don't need to look into Warner Brothers. $70 billion of debt. He was like, we need to look into it. Apparently these guys are going to get bought out by Paramount. So like all these moves that happen, obviously BM&R took off yesterday. Robinhood took off. We're seeing a lot of different moves in the pre-markets as well. So we'll get through all of the news, but I'm an addict for the stock market as much as you guys are junkies for it. And missing these shows, it hurts me as much as it hurts you guys. So hopefully we're back. We should be strong and we should be able to do it. Tesla 370. Wow, I forgot to mention Tesla was up 6% yesterday. I didn't even know why. Like I didn't even get time to see why Tesla was moving. So we got a lot to analyze, a lot to get into, and we'll do all of that as we get into the market open. Today, I'm in a recording studio, not in my apartment. So the audio in my apartment is good, but I just kind of wanted like to get away from everything and just come downstairs to the studio. So there's a studio in the apartment itself, not my actual studio in my apartment. And so I'm there for today. And we'll be doing the show from here. Also, the audio is good upstairs, but it's not like perfect. But the audio is like really good here. So we're going to get that perfect by the end of the weekend and keep going from there. Okay, before I begin and we get into the market, I just want to make a quick statement. I was in Vegas having lunch with our friend Chris Patel, Tanner, Roy, a bunch of people when the Charlie Kirk video started going viral. And I haven't been live since that event happened, so I haven't been able to kind of publicly talk about it. Look, I'm disgusted. Like it was just one of the most horrific things to see as an American, as a human being. I am someone who was a nationally competitive debater, so I've obviously seen a lot of Charlie Kirk's content because his content was rooted in debate. And I'm a debate guy. So whether I agree or disagree with his political views, I always loved seeing his videos pop up on my screen because I would see him take on a perspective that was different from someone else and they would have a discussion about it, a dialogue about it. So I always saw Charlie Kirk as not some like horrible human being. I saw him as a guy who has particular beliefs rooted in religious beliefs, conservative beliefs. He was a devout Christian. So I saw him as a guy who had those perspectives and who was willing to go out into the public and debate other people that had different perspectives. And so to me, I just saw him as a smart person who, even if I don't agree with on every single issue, he engages in public debate. And my entire life has been built on public debate. Like that's how I've built everything that I have in my life, communication skills, debate. So to see someone assassinate him in raw video, which, you know, if you haven't seen the video, I wouldn't recommend watching it, but I saw it. And the first video I saw was like a 50-meter view. So it's like, you kind of think, okay, he gets shot, but there is a world in which he can survive. Then about 20 minutes later, Tanner, while we're in the Uber, shows me the zoomed in video. And the zoomed in video is like, no, there's no way. He's after I saw that video, I was like, all right, he's gone. He's gone. So I don't know where politics goes from here. This is a very, very sad situation to see, given how much of a public figure he was and how much he just simply cared about free speech and discussion. Obviously, it looks like a hit job. It looks like there was some entity involved in getting rid of him, whether it was an organized group or this or that, or Trump this morning did say that the killer is now in custody. So hopefully we're gonna get a lot more information on who did this, why they did this, what movement they were a part of. But it was tough, dude. It was really, really tough seeing that. And the thing is, we were all at a public event in Vegas. We were all at a public. So it's like, you start thinking about Vlad, you start thinking about Karp, you start thinking about Elon, you start thinking about all these people that are public figures that are, their profile is obviously just bigger than someone like a Charlie Kirk. And how many people probably hate those three guys, and a lot more people that are out there, Trump in general, how many people hate Trump and they tried to do that to Trump 2 times, right? So the fact that it was such a raw attempt to assassinate someone, the fact that it was basically a kill shot, the way that they got him, the fact that that was online for everyone to see, the fact that his beautiful kids are going to have to grow up one day watching that video knowing that they don't have a father. It was very, very tough to see as just a human being. And so, yeah, my prayers are to the family. I want to get a lot more information on how this happened, where this is going from here. But my perspective, at least, I know we've seen some perspectives across the country that don't share the same type of feeling towards the sadness that I think if you're just a human being, regardless of if you agree or disagree with them, if you're a human being seeing that happen, it's hard for you to say that it's justified, or it's hard for you to say, well, he deserved it. Like, some of the takes that I've seen are quite troubling. And it goes to the polarization of where this country is, the fact that some people can have that take and that we can't unite around all of us saying, hey, this was not a good thing to happen. This was not the best thing to see. It's the nature of this country. So I think there's going to be a lot of discussion and debate over the coming months over how this plays out, where policy goes, how the market thinks of this, how America thinks of this, and how we see this ultimately leading to potentially a change in policy, or rather a change in political apparatus. There's a lot that's going to be based on the implication of this, but I was disgusted. And I really, really hope this does not become a norm when it comes to political violence in this country. This was Trump this morning talking about the potential killer that they found for Kirk.
I think with a high degree of certainty, we have him in custody, right? In custody. Everyone did a great job. We worked with the local police, the governor, everybody did a great job. I think.
So there you go. We'll probably get more details, and I'll keep everyone updated on those details throughout the coming weeks. All right, so markets, let's get into it. Yesterday was a pretty wild day. I mean, again, I didn't have my phone for this. So basically, Palantir was doing a retail investor event, and they invited a bunch of us, Brett, Amir, Arnie, that's why they're here, Matt Money. So all of us, we got to go through 5 to 6 hours of just information and learning. We got to talk to some of the executives at Palantir. It was a really awesome event. Ileano hosted it. He got us some sick merch. I'll show you guys that in a bit as well. And so it was a great event, and we were at the Palantir headquarters throughout the day. Palantir has this thing called the Meritocracy Fellows, which I heard about this initiative. I didn't know they went through with it. These are all 18-year-old kids who are skipping college, and they're going to work at Palantir. And they're like interns right now. They don't have full-time offers yet, but they're going to be working as 18-year-old kids that learn the culture of Palantir, and eventually they may have a job there. So you can see Chad was there, Ileano, there's Arnie. I'll probably do a stream with Arnie this weekend as well, so we'll both be together. But yeah, we got to talk to these kids. We got to tell them what we know about Palantir, and it was wild because all of them follow us on Twitter. So they're like, you guys are the guys, and we're like, yeah, we've been covering this company for 5 years. And so just to see the progress of the company and the amount of people that are inspired by it and all their ideas on the future of the company, it was super cool. So having said that, we got to talk to a bunch of executives, got to have breakfast and lunch there, and it was great. But I didn't have my phone. So when I got my phone 7 hours later, and I see some of these moves, I was like, what happened today, bro? And what I can say has happened, S&P 500 657, is I think the labor market is so bad that the market's like, all right, let's get a massive rate cut. So I don't know if you guys saw this yesterday, but CPI came in line with expectations, 2.9 versus 2.9. That's not horrible. Now it's up month over month, but it's still in line with expectations, which would lead you to think, okay, why was J Powell cutting if we're basically at 3% inflation? But then jobless claims, 263 versus 230. My goodness, that's not good. Now, again, a recession is 350 to 375,000 jobless claims a week. We are at 263 versus 230. That is 33,000 above. This is the highest level of a beat in terms of the upside that we've seen on jobless claims in about 4 months that we've seen. And as a result, I mean, that right there is why I think the market went up. And you might be saying, well, how does the market go up if we're losing that many jobs? Well, because J Powell's going to have to cut. And if he's going to cut, risk on assets are going to catch a bid. Ethereum at 4,500, which is really helping this bad boy that I know a lot of us have been buying the dip on. And a lot of us, quite frankly, from the questions that I asked in the chat, and you guys saw me publicly buying it, 40 to 42. I think a decent amount of us loaded up on this. My average is now 46 on this, even though I had an entry around 49. So a little bit early, but 46 is now my average, 49.38. Bitmine looks like it's ready to take off if Ethereum can keep its momentum, which is nice to see. S&P all-time highs, the Googs at 241. Again, Oracle had that monster earnings, and that had implication for the hyperscalers. We'll talk more about that. Oracle is down a bit. I mean, I think it can take a 10% haircut after going up 40% in a day. So it goes from 345 to 305. I think that's reasonable, but overall, that one absolutely broke out, and that one continued to make its momentum. Tesla, I have no idea why Tesla went up yesterday. If someone has a headline, let me know. I still have no idea why Tesla pumped 7%, but it did. Open Door, look, I will say, again, I'm not in this, but the new CEO is bullish. The new CEO is bullish. They hired the ex-Shopify COO, Chief Operating Officer, and his compensation is like he makes nothing unless the stock gets to 33. He's like taking $1 of salary, and that like everything is contingent on stock price performance. Keith Raboy, one of the original founders, back on the board. Eric Wu, one of the original founders, back on the board. I personally still don't feel the business model can be easily changed unless they have a fundamental paradigm shift, which I imagine that's why they brought the Shopify COO to do. And if they do it, then great. Open Door is going to do well. If they don't, then I think there's still a structural problem with the business. So look, I'm not in this, but if you got in anywhere, $3, $4, $5, you're up 3x, 4x, 5x. Some people got in at 50 cents. They're up 15x. So if you made money, you made money, and it is what it is. It's just a question of now, is this new leadership enough to like take it to the next level? Maybe it is, maybe it's not. But granted, legendary leadership, that's what they do. They take something that's broken and they fix it. And so if they do end up fixing it as rate cuts come down, maybe that is the catalyst for Open Door. And we could see some more momentum. But that's how you got to see it playing out. Would you now buy in? No, I'm still not buying. I need to see actual earnings growth. Again, maybe I'm a little bit too much fundamental of an investor. I need to see earnings growth. Like, I think the rise from 50 cents to 10 was all hype, and that's fine. You can make money in hype. You can make money in momentum. I need to see how they pivot the business. And I just don't really understand how you pivot the business, even if rates go down to zero, unless they fully get rid of the iBuying model, which they might do that. And then it becomes like a Zillow maybe, but I'm just not in it. And that's okay. For those that are in it and you're making money, that's great. I'm not in it. I don't want to be in it. I don't want the stress of being in it. And I think that's fine. So if you haven't made money on Open Door, if you FOMO in, you FOMO in. I really don't feel any FOMO, so I'm not FOMOing in. But I will say the new CEO is bullish. And if you give him a chance to turn things around, and he really does, then maybe there's a chance that the stock is going much higher. HIMS right here, 51.57. That's a little bit red. Uber, 94.68. Coinbase exploded yesterday, 327. Hoodie, we got some August metrics. We'll talk about that. We did break 120 like 4 or 5 times. So I know we're not able to hold over 120, but I like that we're breaking 120. And if we can continue breaking 120, then that obviously will be very bullish for Robinhood. And then you had NVIDIA, nice little breakout to 177 after those Oracle earnings, which I think also continue to show momentum for what is going to be the most important company in the world, what is the most important company in the world, and likely will only continue being the most important company in the world. So yeah, I think we had an incredible day yesterday. And I think a lot of that was based on jobless claims that came in way worse than expected, which again, it should be bad news because that means earnings could suffer. But if earnings don't necessarily suffer as aggressively as the rate of job loss, again, that nuance that we've been talking about for the past couple of weeks, can we keep inflation subdued? Can we get earnings going up? And can we keep the labor market not super hot, but not super weak enough for there to be a room for J Powell to cut, but a room for the cuts to also be a cushion for the economy if it were to fall backwards, which is a rare thing, dude. We lost 911,000 jobs last year. That was the jobs report that came out, which obviously was very aggressive. We need that to like not be the same in 2025, or else we're going to be losing lots of jobs. And so that is what we have to see kind of play out over the coming weeks. And if that does play out, then I think this bull market continues. But right now, it just looks like the market's bulled up on rate cuts. I mean, even Grab made a little bit of a breakout yesterday, which was very exciting. Now, I don't want to get too, optimistic about Grab because she's broken my heart too many times this year. I still have a massive position in this company. So obviously it going up helps me. As much as it helps those that are in. I want to see it break above 560 and hold the break above 560. Because we've seen this happen 3 times already where it breaks to these levels and then it falls back to 520 and then eventually falls back to 490 and then it comes right back and it does this whole rodeo again. I want to see it actually break above. Now, why is it breaking out? I don't know. I mean, there's been a couple of headlines over the past couple of weeks that I've been sharing with you guys about GoTo in Indonesia and Grab crypto payments in Malaysia. Like in general, I think it's undervalued. I think the market might be allocating capital to a diversified emerging markets play that's trading at 30% cash and that will be growing very strongly for the next couple of years with rates coming down. So you put a premium on that growth on your discounted cash flow models. And so I think Grab's fair value is closer to $7.50, $8. But will it actually hold? I don't know. We're going to have to see. But I'm very happy that it's got back to these levels and it's not kind of stuck at 490 because it could have been, but it looks like there's capital that's finding this. Also, again, Howard Marks, Ray Dalio, all these guys continue to add to their position. The institutions are in. So I think by end of year, this one can take off, but we're going to have to see if they put up the earnings growth to get us there. And if they do, then, I think $7-8 by the end of the year is not that crazy. Meta right here, 751, Amazon 231, Salesforce 246. This one's still been kind of stuck since earnings. Apple 229 down from 240. Market didn't really love the news around the iPhone 17. Although I went a little bit deeper into the announcement and it was not horrible. Like the iPhone 17 Pro, it is kind of boring, but it's also like there were some features that were kind of cool. Question is just going to be, can they really sell it? And we will eventually see how that plays out. Okay, we got a bunch of more things that happened yesterday in regards to Microsoft, OpenAI, Oracle. But before we get into all those deals, here's Tom Lee this morning and what he had to say about the state of the market. Again, this is the second week of September. S&P's at all-time highs. Maybe what happened in April isn't such an anomaly that it creates August and September seasonal weakness to not be as seasonally weak. But hopefully if we end out green for the day, which I'll do a poll in the chat if you think we end out green or red, then we might be able to withstand the second week of September. Here's Tom Lee this morning.
Quickly, Tom, what do you make of the pullback in futures? Again, all three indices hit record highs. It's a very slight pullback, but what do you think the catalyst is for the pullback this morning?
Well, I think it's normal to expect some profit taking. I mean, we just made all-time highs and, it is the weekend. But to me, we know that since April 2025, any of these pullbacks have been really shallow. And, next week, we know that there's something very important to watch. And I'm sure a lot of people are going to be hesitant, but we know that ultimately it's a good thing when the Fed cuts.
We have a lot of people in general that are concerned about over-concentration in the market. Ironically enough, we had a guest on earlier, Julia Herman from New York Life, that was saying that concentration was a good thing. But the valuation of this market has been a concern for a lot of people. But your word of the day is undervalued. What's undervalued right now?
Frank, I think Oracle surging 41% after they report earnings tells me that AI is an undervalued sector, because how else do you explain a stock that is as large as Oracle gaining as much as it is unless it shows investors are really underestimating the future growth of AI?
Just to be clear, what's undervalued? Are we talking about the chip sector? Are we talking about software? Are we talking about the hyperscalers? Are we talking about the Mag 7? Or is it everything in your mind?
Well, I wouldn't want to be too specific because, AI is still a 5 or 10 year story. And so I wouldn't want to be trying to drill this down into a really narrow set. I think AI as a theme is continually underestimated because I think a lot of people think this is money being spent without return. Oracle is showing you that there's a lot of future growth.
So with that in mind, Tom, your pick for us today is the IWM ETF, a small cap ETF. If AI is undervalued, why aren't you saying your pick for us today is a Palantir, an Oracle, a Vistra that helps power some of these data centers? Why are you going to the small caps?
Well, a couple of reasons. First of all, Frank, it's because exactly as I said, I wouldn't want to try to pick a slice of AI to talk about being undervalued. But if we think AI is undervalued, what's even more undervalued is small caps, because that's been held at bay because the Fed has not been cutting rates. Fed's been on hold all year. And for the first time since last year, the Fed is cutting in September. A September cut after a pause has only happened in 1998 and 2024. And both times were good periods for small cap stocks.
So a question to you, though.
All right, so Tom Lee kind of going back to the small cap thesis. I don't know if I love it. I think they catch a bid in a world where we get rate cuts? Yes. I think a lot of things catch a bid. I still think large caps can outperform, especially because they have the earnings growth, the buybacks, the free cash flows, all the typical arguments for why you would say buybacks over or large caps over small caps. But, Tom Lee initiated a small cap thesis like 2 years ago. It hasn't really worked out. So I think he's still gung-ho on this idea that if the Fed cuts dramatically, which they should based on this labor market data, those assets should catch a bid. And if they do, we should get some momentum. And again, that's why I think crypto's running, and that's why BMNR is running as well. I mean, I think it hasn't been disclosed yet, but they bought another like 100,000 Ethereum. So then they now have over 2.1 million. Actually, let me pull up a picture right here. Someone calculated the exact NAV, which is like 38.50 or something. So it's trading at a 1.25x premium. And if Ethereum keeps doing its thing, I mean, yeah, there you go. Shout out to Anand for sending this. It looks like, yeah, their NAV is 38.08. And if they can hold that premium against NAV, they can continue to issue shares. They can use that to keep buying Ethereum. If Ethereum keeps going higher, this becomes probably one of the broader Ethereum treasuries that gets most of the attention. Also, there are some rumors swirling that Jack Ma is starting to create a Ethereum treasury. We know that there's a financial institution in China that 2 weeks ago, or I think it was a week and a half ago, was connected to Jack Ma, and they bought 10,000 Ethereum. So they already started a treasury. Now there's actually rumors that Jack Ma himself might start an Ethereum company, or like his firm might start one. So, I mean, there's a lot of different ways to see Ethereum continue to catch a bid. Again, the most basic argument is that when we get rate cuts, assets that are risky are going to get bid up. And Ethereum is one of those assets. Ethereum also has a lot of utility part of it. And if there is a company that owns a ton of that Ethereum, that one could do well. I mean, is it crazy to say BMNR is touching 70, 80 by end of year? If Ethereum's at like 5, 6K, I don't think so. Now, granted, they're going to have to keep buying a lot of Ethereum to keep that MNAV stable. But even if it ends the year out at like 55, 60, for those that bought at 40, I mean, that's a great return to end out the year as long as Ethereum stays stable. So I think BMNR is kind of a moonshot. Like, it's not a moonshot because you should understand its NAV and its multiple, but it is a moonshot because it could go kind of Saylor-esque in terms of the early days of MicroStrategy if Ethereum really makes a move. And maybe that takes a long time for Ethereum to make its move versus like 10,000 by end of year, like Tom Lee's saying. But what if it does get to 10,000 by end of year? I mean, BMNR would be one of the best risk rewards in the market at this moment. So it's just a question to see how that ends up playing out. Where's SBET? Did that one make a move yesterday? SBET? Okay, see, SBET stuck at 16 is not the best thing to see, but I think a lot of that capital might be fleeing and going into something that can hold a premium like a BMNR. S&P just a little bit away from 658. Very exciting to see S&P 500 hit an all-time high. 70% of you in the chat say that we will be green to end out the day. It looks like the momentum is there, but it is a Friday, so we're going to have to see how this Friday ends up playing out. Now, yesterday we did get some more news on Oracle and that $350 billion of backlog, or 350% increase in backlog that they showed to the market, which is why the stock went up 40%. Apparently, it's OpenAI. Surprise, surprise, it is OpenAI. OpenAI and Oracle have signed a $300 billion computing deal. This is the largest in cloud computing history. The Wall Street Journal reported this a couple of days ago. And it looks like OpenAI will be paying Oracle $300 billion. Now, a lot of people are saying, hey, how does OpenAI make their money? They did $12.5 billion of revenue last year. I'm imagining that's going to double, if not triple, in 2026. So they should be able to use their free cash flow, or at least their just raw revenue, and be able to pay for this contract. Now, Oracle might also be giving them a deal where they don't have to pay up front. They can pay a couple years down the line, but they just want to get the commitment from them, which is why it's in their RPO. It's not recognized revenue, but it's remaining performance obligation. So there's a lot of ways they could have structured this deal. But I mean, dude, how do you look at this and not get bullish? How do you look at this and not say AI is not just some fad or something that's going away? By the way, speaking of OpenAI, Microsoft and OpenAI last night announced that they've signed a memorandum of understanding to actively work on finalizing contractual terms in a definitive agreement. Remember, there's a lot of mix-up between how much of OpenAI does Microsoft actually own. Apparently, it's 51%, but is it actually 51%? There's rumors swirling around that Microsoft will end up owning $100 billion, which is about 30% instead of 51%, but there's going to be some IP stuff that OpenAI has to give up. So we will get a probably better understanding of what this deal looks like towards the end of the year. Microsoft stock actually went up yesterday on that news, above 495 to 507, based on the idea that they're going to own equity in something. I mean, imagine if OpenAI goes to $1 trillion. That's 300 billion that Microsoft owns. Imagine if OpenAI goes to 10 trillion, Microsoft's going to own 3 trillion of that, right? So it's one of those things where we need to get a lot more details, but that could be a play on MSFT once we get the actual results on what happens with OpenAI and Microsoft. So we will see that later tonight. Neil, thank you for the super chat. I commend you for eating steak. Well done. Okay, so we did go to a dinner last night in New York. Iliano took us out. And I'm not going to lie, bro. I ordered medium well. Okay. Now, what I got was not really medium well. It was definitely a little bit more let's just say on the crispy side of how I usually like my steaks. But it was still good. I ate the whole thing. I ate the whole damn thing, as you can see on the screen. Dude, I like this. There's like no pink. I was like, okay, guys, like we can't be that aggressive with it. But it was great. I enjoyed it. It was a little bit of a hockey puck, but I still enjoyed the steak, and so it was good. Now, granted, Steve had dinner with Matt two nights ago, and this is what Steve ate. And I'm like, Steve, you cannot be. He was making fun of me on Twitter. I'm like, dude, this is alive. Do not tell me this is not this is not real, bro. This is blue. So I don't want to hear any shit from Steve. Like this steak is not cooked. That's all I have to say. It's not cooked. Mine was a little bit too cooked, but I'd rather eat something that was cooked than this. Yeah, at least thank you. You guys are agreeing with me in the chat. I can admit mine was like a horseshoe, but Steve's was like mooing. So I think it's okay. I'd rather eat mine than his. No, that's how you eat steak. Some of you guys. So some of you Europeans, you love the rare meats. Like Arnie loves it rare. I'm like, bro. But granted, he eats a lot of rare meat from Italia. So Arnie will be on the stream, by the way. Well, not today because he's out. He's going to get brunch. But Palantir's doing some brunch this morning. But I couldn't make it, bro. I've just been so tired. So I'm here with you guys instead of going to brunch. But Arnie and Amir are out there. We'll probably do a stream tomorrow night, Saturday night. And we'll all three kind of do like a Saturday Palantir weekly. All three of us together. And you guys will see me. No, I'm not a fan of beef tartare. I saw those videos on Instagram Reels. I was like, what is this, bro? I don't think I'm the biggest fan of beef tartare. Triple V, thank you for the $200 super chat. Appreciate you. So I didn't get to talk too much about the dinner that Tanner, Roy, and Chris had and I had with Triple V, but man, it was an incredible dinner, incredible night, and very, very, very grateful that we had the dinner. You know what he told me, bro? He doesn't even read the chat. He's like, so what does your chat talk about? I was like, what do you mean? You're in the chat. You send a super chat like every day. He's like, yeah, but I don't read that shit. I was like, what do you mean you don't read it? He was like, I'm usually in the car listening to you, and I just like kind of fumble my fingers to send the money on the super chat, and then I just like, and then I was like, you've never read that? He's like, dude, I have never seen a single comment in that chat. I'm like, well, they all know you. Like, they all know who you are. And they've kept up with this Triple V saga for so long. But yeah, no, he doesn't read the chat. He's usually listening in the car. But no, it was awesome, dude. His wife joined us for dinner as well. And she's just a sweetheart. She's an absolute gem. And she's just so supportive of him as a entrepreneur, as a human being. And, you know, it was really cool because obviously he's very successful. I'm very grateful to be connected to someone who is as successful as he is. And obviously Derek is the reason that we're connected. I was actually on the phone with Derek this morning and, you know, just talking about how the past couple of weeks has been. And yeah, dude, it's really cool. It's not every day you meet someone who's that humble, who kind of went all in multiple times in their life, either on a stock or a business or an idea, who came from Russia, immigrant with nothing and built an empire, and is as humble as he is. You know, he was talking like he was a regular guy, and he had never seen Tanner, Roy, or Chris before, you know, and he was just like talking to them like he was just a normal person. So it was super awesome. Hopefully we get a chance to do it again. And yeah, I think being surrounded by those types of people that have had that type of wealth in their life, if I ever get to that point, you want to be connected to the people that are wealthy, but understand how to get wealthy in the right way. Because there's a wrong way and there's a right way. And, you know, we were talking about ethics and business and all this stuff. And he was very firm on his ethical stance on business. You know, you never lie, you never cheat, you never steal. That's just not how you build a business. Some people build a business that way, but that's not how you should build a business. And so it was a great dinner, and very, very grateful, Triple V, for taking the time with me in Vegas. Also, he enjoyed Robinhood's event, which was absolutely phenomenal in terms of the products they announced. Speaking of Robinhood, we got some August metric, folks. It was pretty good. 300 billion AUC, 5 billion net deposits, 34 billion in cash sweep. That's up 50% year over year. 199 billion in equity trading volumes. That's up 200% year over year. 13.7 billion in crypto. That is up 154% year over year. Margins up 127% year over year, which I know is kind of scary because it means a lot of people are taking margin, but also Robinhood makes a lot of net interest income on margin. So that's good for them. That's up 12.5 billion all-time highs. And then options, 195 million. That's up 33% year over year. So the only thing about these metrics is that there was not a massive increase month over month, which I think is reasonable because August was like so intense. Like crypto was down month over month. Margin was up 10% month over month. Options were flat. Equities were down 5% month over month. But year over year is what matters because we need to beat $637 million of revenue in Q3. Street's expecting 1.1 billion. I think if September is even halfway as decent as August or July, this is not even talking about prediction markets, which in the NFL contracts that have been coming out, Robinhood has just been demolishing it. I think it should be a really good Q3. And I think we should end out the year at 120. I know we're basically at 120. Should we be over 120? Probably, given the momentum, given rate cuts. Like, I think 125.30 is not crazy to say by end of year, but at least 120, we should be able to hold these levels along with S&P inclusion, which is happening in 2 weeks, officially on the rebalance. And that should be really good stuff as well. So, yeah, I mean, look, Hoodie's doing its thing. Congratulations to everyone on Hoodie this week. We got into the S&P. Vlad announced a bunch of new features. I think a lot of those features can be successful. I don't know how Robinhood Social is going to play out or some of these other moonshots that they have. I think there's a chance for them to be very successful. But the fact is, if they're not, it doesn't matter. Robinhood will just pivot to something else, right? They have so many tentacles and so many verticals that they're expanding to that one of them doesn't need to be the only one that works. But the fact that they are attempting all these different things and they're bringing all these new elements towards the core product, I think for the next decade, every year, they're going to be announcing 5 different new things they're getting into. And some of them will work, some of them will fail. But the point is, this is like, we all left the event thinking, Tanner, Roy, and I, like at the end of the night, we were just like talking about the event. And we were like, why is this not going to be $1 trillion company? Like, why? Why is this not, like, forget the actual like business model of Robinhood, which I know is one of the reasons why people struggle to see it as $1 trillion because it's cyclical, brokerage, all this stuff. But if you put that away and you just look at some of the first principles, which is generational founder, execution on a level that we have never seen from a consumer finance company anywhere, like ever before, and then operating margins, which, you know, that ultimately brings down the net income, which is what the street gives a multiple to. All 3 of those over the next decade are only going to grow. They're only going to expand. And then you think of the macro argument, which is wealth transfer. There's going to be, I would say, at least in America, tens of millions of people, and across the world, you're talking about hundreds of millions of people that are going to be inheriting wealth from their parents, the boomer generation, and they're going to be allocating that wealth into platforms that are more user-friendly for them, like Robinhood. They might get their car loan on Robinhood, their mortgage on Robinhood, they're trading on Robinhood, their 401k, their tax planning on Robinhood. All of that stuff could be happening not only on Robinhood, but if Robinhood takes even 5% of that 85 trillion of wealth transfer that's going to be happening over the next 50 years, this is going to be a company that's worth much more than 100 billion. And I don't think it's crazy to say that they get to $1 trillion. Now, they've got to have phenomenal execution. And Vlad, I think more and more we can trust that he'll be able to do that. But if they do, then I think it's going to be an exciting story. So that's what we got on Hood. Tesla right here, 370. Google, 241. Grab 561. Let's see today if Grab can hold above 560. We got to see. We really got to see. I am skeptical, and I know I'm a little bit too conservative here, but she's broken my heart a couple times this year. I want to see if there's actually momentum and volume to hold it. Also, there was no news yesterday. I can't tell you why Grab broke out yesterday. I can't tell you. Like any random headline that I cite is not enough of a reason. So I think it's kind of just capital that's starting to recognize that it's undervalued and maybe shifting into emerging markets, expecting rates to come down. So we're going to have to see. Either yesterday was just like a random pump or it actually has some meat behind it. And hopefully we can see that today. AppLovin, almost 600, 574. That one got into the S&P. They're crushing it. CoreWeave, after Nebius earnings, they're crushing it. Okay, so Nebius tanked a little bit yesterday. I don't know why people are that upset. It went up 40%. And it's down from like 112 to 91. Like, I guess too many people bought it like 97, 98, and they're upset. But yeah, they did an offering. They raised some debt. That's going to dilute shareholders. That's okay. They should be doing that after their market cap goes from 15 billion to freaking 21 billion overnight, right? So I don't know why people are too upset about Nebius. But look, I'm doing a lot more DD on Nebius than I ran. Obviously, the data center plays are becoming so important after this Oracle deal, after this Microsoft deal. It's really hard to just ignore data center plays going into 2026. And I don't know, maybe there's an approach where you put 5,000 into a bunch of them, or you take 20,000 and put it into one of them. So throughout the next coming months, I will be doing a lot of DD and trying to see kind of where the alpha is. But a lot of them have already made a good move. And if you're in them already and you made a big move, then you've got some really good momentum with these data centers that are not slowing down. Micron got upgraded yesterday, which is really nice. Micron right there at 154. Wow, that one really made a move yesterday. This thing was at 105 2 months ago, and everyone was wondering why can't it move. Got the upgrade, put up some decent results, and now it is making a move. 154.60 on Micron. Also, Adobe had earnings. This stock, not really making a move. The earnings were good. They weren't great. Kind of the same basic stuff that Salesforce gave you, and so the market's just not that excited about Adobe. They beat by 3% on EPS, beat by 1% on revenue. Adobe still relatively flat. Is Open Door euphoria? I mean, let's put it in the chat. What do you guys think? Yes or no? Is Open Door euphoria? Just a simple yes or no. What do you think? In my opinion, I mean, look, 50 cents to $10 is a bit euphoric, but the new CEO, I feel, is bullish. So would I buy at $10? No. Would I bet against them and short at $10? No, because there's too much of a retail army. The new CEO actually could be fundamentally bullish. Could I see a tank 40%? Yeah, of course, right? Like, maybe the hype to get to $10, but could I see it go up 40% just for the hell of it? Yeah. So it's like, I would just wait and see, dude. I've been on the sidelines for the past month on this one, and I really don't have any FOMO up or down. So yes, it feels like euphoria. I don't know if it's going to stay as euphoria if the company can turn it around. Let's do a poll. Yeah, let's do a poll. Let's see what you guys think. 70% of you say green to end out the day. 70% of you say green to end out the day. Okay, Open Door, euphoria or not. And I'm look, even if it is euphoria, some of you guys have made some money on it. I know a couple people that have bought some. I think even Chris was in some. He closed out his options, but he had like for some $5 calls, and he closed it out a couple days ago. So J Cal, remember Jason bought like 10,000 shares of Open Door at $5, and he sold, like, even at the Robinhood event when he was with Vlad, he sold some at 7, sold some at 8. He set like some limit sells to sell at 7, 8, yada yada. And now I think he has like 2,000 shares left, but he bought at 5. He made some money at 6, 7, 8. Now he's saying Nextdoor should be the next Open Door, which is like another company that's out there. I think they do like neighborhood social networks, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, it's like a neighborhood social network. So I don't know. Maybe Nextdoor is the next. I don't think there's like a massive cult behind it, but like J Cal's like, hey, let's make Nextdoor the next Open Door. So obviously he got in because of the hype. He's selling now as the hype starts to bring it much higher. Question is, can the hype maintain it, or is there anything fundamental? And we are going to have to see. Yo, DMNGZ, shout out to you, man. Thank you for being here, brother. Okay, so this guy is awesome. He was at the dinner with Iliano and myself at the Palantir event. Thank you for the $400 super chat. That's, first of all, that's very kind for you. Okay, so this is a guy who Iliano's rebranded the entire merch store, right, for Palantir, and he's like turned it into like this premium merch brand. He partnered with a company that's run by this gentleman right here, who's been doing merch for like the past 10, 15 years. And doing merch in a really nice way. You know, you have some merch shops that like make some random t-shirts and pants and stuff, but like this guy like really puts his blood, sweat, and tears into making really good clothing. And apparently, I was talking to him last night at dinner. He invested in Palantir in 2013. He invested in Palantir in 2013 because he had a couple of friends. He was in the music business, and like these friends were looking for investors just to put whatever money they could depart to leave into these SPVs, special purpose vehicles, to invest in companies. And he ended up investing in Palantir. And he hasn't sold a single share since 2013. He also invested in Uber, Robinhood. He almost invested in Tesla, but he met with Elon, and Elon said, do you want car or equity? And he was like, I want the car. And so it's a little costly mistake. So, he's a little bit younger back then. So he took the car instead of equity in 2012, and that equity would have done pretty well. But yeah, shout out to you, man. Thank you for the super chat. And it was great to see you last night. The cool story about this is he didn't even know Iliano was doing merch, but he was generally interested in Palantir. And he saw my videos back in 2024, because obviously he had owned the stock for a long time, since 2013. And one of the days Iliano popped up on the stream, that first stream that we had, and Iliano like introduced the merch store to everybody. And that's when he reached out to Iliano and said, bro, I've been in merch my whole life. Like, let's like actually do some special merch, because he loves Palantir. He just loves the brand. He loves Carp. He loves the mission. He loves everything about the company. And so he's built like really, really special clothing. And I'll show you guys some of the merch later that Iliano got us. A lot of that was collaborated with the gentleman that you're seeing on the screen right now. And that was pretty cool. That was pretty cool. So thank you, man, for being here. Thank you for the super chat. In terms of your content, he said, I saw your boy turn down a lot of money in real time from brand sponsors to protect the band, protect the chat. He also wears a translator earpiece. Yeah, he saw my AirPods. Yeah, at dinner, I was with someone who was also at that dinner. Dude, some of the money these companies are throwing around is insane. So he was like, there was this guy that was there who like also does like Twitter stuff. And he was like, Amit, like Kalshi will post you like $1,000 per tweet. He's like, just let me know, we'll set it up. And I'm like, what? $1,000 per tweet? He's like, yeah, like we can get you like, 10 tweets a month, 10,000 a month. He's like, I can get you bigger deals than that, yada yada. And this guy was just listening to all this shit at the same time. I wasn't even talking to this guy, the person who sent the super chat right here. He was just like eavesdropping. And I was just like, bro, I'm not taking that shit. I'm not like, I don't want to tweet random Kalshi. He's like, you don't even have to say it's sponsored. You can just like at them in the tweet and they'll still pay you. And I'm like, no, bro, like I'm not doing that shit. He was like, bro, I'm making like 20 grand a month. I'm like, that's great for you, but like I'm not doing that shit. So yeah, he saw me turn down some sponsor money. That happens more often than not, dude. A lot of people have been reaching out to do that stuff, and I'm like, it's not authentic. It's not real. There's something so real that we've built in this community. No amount of money could be worth that. As even though it's attractive. There was also a girl I was sitting next to, and she does some podcast or something, and it was so funny because I think he was hearing that conversation as well. And she was like, I never met her before, and she was like, so what do you do? I was like, oh, I have a live stream, I do YouTube, yada yada. And she was like, oh, how do you make money? I was like, well, we have YouTube ads and stuff like that, but I don't really have a sponsorship or anything. She's like, you don't have sponsors? I was like, yeah. She's like, how many live viewers do you get? And I told her the number, and she was like, how do you not have sponsors? I was like, because sponsors would ruin the fucking show. Like it would just ruin the quality of the independent nature of how and she could not understand for like 10 minutes. She's like, why don't you have sponsors? She was like really trying to go. She was trying to convince me to she's like, I have all these sponsors. I can hook you up. I was like, no, like, I don't need that shit. I was like, I don't think Karp or Vlad want to shake hands with someone who's bought out by a billion different brands. There's something real to this community that can't be sponsored. So yeah, those conversations happen more often than usual. But like the fact that so many of you were on my ass for not doing the stream yesterday and were upset and I just couldn't make the stream yesterday. Like that to me is much more real to the community versus like the amount of money you would miss by not doing a stream. It's about the people that actually want the content at the end of the day. And that's why we're here. That is why we're here. Again, I say this over and over again. I hate repeating myself, but the money will find you in life. You don't have to take the cheap way out. The money will find you. And this gentleman right here who sent the super chat is a testament to that, because he never chased money. He just chased relationships. And those relationships led him to being a very early investor in Uber, Robinhood, Palantir, almost Tesla. He was still upset about that last night for picking the car over the equity. And that's what matters in terms of how to really build a brand. All right, cool. So we got 2 minutes left. Let's see how this plays out. Guys, I forgot the bell. I forgot the freaking bell again. So we're going to have to use the YouTube short to ring the bell today. I'm sorry. I forgot it. But I will make sure next time I come down to ring the bell. I am very curious to see how this is going to end up playing out for at least this Friday. I think we got a lot of momentum this week. Again, there's a lot of macro stuff we have to talk about, a bunch of different charts I want to go through. We have consumer confidence data coming up. CPI was not a horrible CPI, and jobless claims were horrible. So you had inflation, you had really bad jobless claims, which ironically turns into a market that says, okay, we probably have to price in more rate cuts, which is actually rather bullish. And so we're just going to see how this ends up playing out. We got everything that's green in the pre-markets. Maybe this goes red to end out the week. Maybe this continues. Yesterday, we had a massive rally. Like, dude, Open Door was up 70% yesterday. Warner Brothers was up 30%. The S&P was up 1%. So if we give some of that back today, I don't think that's the craziest thing in the world to expect. But if we don't and we keep going, then it would be very, very fun. So we got to see. And also, we'll see what BM&R does, because that one kind of started finally breaking out yesterday. So now we'll see how this ends up playing out. All right. Thank you, everybody, for being here. It is officially 9:30 a.m. Friday, September 12th, and the market is now open. All right. Wake your ass up. Let's get into it. Robinhood opens up at 118.09. That is up about 0.5% on the day. There you go. You got some green on the hoodie. Tesla, my goodness, 372. That is up 1% on the day. We'll go a little bit more deeper into see what's happening with Tesla, but it's starting to get some momentum, breaking out from that 335 range where it was stuck at for a couple months. 372.52, trying to go for 373. That's up 1%. NVIDIA, 178, not bad. A lot of people said NVIDIA had topped out at 185. I think it's $5 away from 185. I think it can get back above there. Maybe not today, but we're going to see. Definitely, I don't think it deserved to be stuck in the 165. So for anyone who bought that dip, congrats. NVIDIA right here, 177. S&P Slightly red on the day, 657, holding on to its green from yesterday. Nothing too crazy to the downside. SoFi right here, 25.97. That is down a little bit on the day. Google 240, that goes red. Grabby Grab holding 550, which I like. Hopefully we don't get into the 520s, 530s. If we can hold 550, that would be very exciting for Grab. Let's see. BMNR, are we at 50? We are very close. 49.90. We did hit 50.18. Then it got hit right at 50. Now it's at 49.06. So let's see if we can stay above 50. Pinterest right here, 31. Circles at 131. App Lovin, 577. That's green. TLT, 89.79. MicroStrategy, 329. ASTS, 38.20. Hims right here, 51.11. Uber, 94.99. Roblox right here, 132.67. The Qs, 584. That is also slightly red. S&P 657. Nvidia 177. Tesla 372. Palantir 164. Robinhood now starting to go red, 117. Robinhood again has not really been able to hold 120. I think holding 115 is good enough after the S&P. Obviously, I do think it should be above 120 based on some of these announcements, but going into Q3, I think we can get over that if we have a strong earnings. AMD, that one also a little green, 156 on the day. Where is Oracle? Oracle 304. Oracle holding 304. A little bit of red to start off the day. A little bit red to start off the day. Not crazy, but yes, we do have some red. SMCI, that's up 6%. Okay. So SMCI getting some green. Maybe there's some news right there helping SMCI. Palantir, relatively flat, 164, but Palantir was at 150 2 weeks ago. So it hasn't made a nice move over the past couple of weeks getting into the 160s again. Wow, Tesla 373. All right, so what is the Tesla news? Why is it pumping? Like, what did Elon say? 373. Is this because of the compensation package? Or is there something else that's going on? I see an Optimus article yesterday, but I don't see like a proper update on Optimus. It must be something that's getting the street excited. Wow, 374. Yep, broke through. Let me check 375 resistance on this bad boy. Let's see. Again, I bought Tesla at 335 this year, so that was my entry this year. So far, it's working out okay. Tesla 375 resistance. 85,000 shares. 85,000 shares. Nevada Robotaxi. That's the news. Is it like official? I mean, we saw some of the rumors of that like 2 weeks ago. Nevada Robotaxi. Why am I saying Nevada? Nevada. Sawyer Merritt says Tesla has begun to approve testing robotaxis in Nevada on public roads. Okay, so that's legit. All right, so if they're testing them in public roads. Okay, yeah, there's your so expansion of robotaxi. There you go. That's your argument. Tesla also registered 14,300 vehicles in China for first week of September, hitting Q3 weekly record high. Okay, so Q3 is going to be amazing because the what do you call it? The tax credit 374 on Tesla is going away in September. So you got a lot of people, September 30th, I think. So you got probably a lot of people that are buying it before that tax credit. Now, granted, it might be kind of lumpy going into Q4 because that same incentive might not be there. Grab still holding 550. But regardless, that should be a decent quarter. And more cars on the road, more potential robotaxis, more potential FSD upsells. So you can see how the street probably is getting excited about that quarter. 374 on Tesla, 85,000 shares to get to 375. Robinhood at 117, Palantir 164. Where's Warner Brothers? That is at 1745. I don't know if it deserves to be up 30% based on the acquisition rumors, but that's enough to get it to be up. And so that's holding its momentum. Open Door, how does that open? Down 8% of the day. Okay, I think that's normal. Open Door was up 70% yesterday. It's giving back 8%. You can't be too upset about that. But that is slightly red on the day. About 70% of you said Open Door was euphoria based on the chat. Is the audio bad? Audio bad? Yes, good. Okay, how about now? Better? Better? Let me know. Yes, no. It's cutting in and out. Okay, hold on. Give it a second. Okay, how about now? Should be good. I think the refresh should be helping it. Yeah, I'm using the NVIDIA mic, exactly. Using the NVIDIA mic. Robinhood right here, 117.69. Good. Yes. Okay, cool. Good. Yeah, just refresh your YouTube screen as well. That should help it if it's bad. Google 240. Okay, so it broke out to 241, not able to hold it. Nvidia 177, GME 24.95. GameStop actually had a decent earnings. which is not too bad. Okay, some of you guys are saying it's cutting out. Some of you guys are saying it's bad. It's not the Wi-Fi. It's definitely not the Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi is fine. Okay, let me switch the mic again. Let's switch the mic right here. Okay. How about now? I'll switch the mic back to normal to the other mic in a second. It might be YouTube, bro. Yeah, I refresh YouTube and it works. Okay, so restart YouTube. For everyone who's not working, restart YouTube. That should probably help it. S&P 657 trying to go green. Wow, Tesla 375. She's moving. She is up. Okay, I switched it to the regular mic, so let me know if it still cuts out. If it still cuts out, then it's my mic. If not, then it's YouTube. So it should be okay. 376. Okay, as I'm talking, and some of you guys can't hear me, but 376. All right, so she is making a really big move right now. And it is not stopping. Yeah, okay. So it works for anyone who it's not working, just please refresh. Because for most people, it's working. So just refresh your screen and it should be okay. 376.40, 377 resistance right here on Tesla is 12,000 shares. 12,000 shares. That is 50 cents away. We could see that happen. NVIDIA 176, that goes red. S&P still red, basically flat. Palo Alto 199. Reddit also made a massive move yesterday, dude. 260s, are you kidding me? Shout out to Benny in the chat. He's been calling Reddit for basically since it was like $100. This one has been incredible. Grab also making me kind of happy right here, holding above 550, back to 560. Usually Grab after a day like this would dump all the way to 530, 540. Volume on Grab, not too bad either. So the fact that it's holding on is really nice to see. Yeah, volume already 5 million shares. That's not natural for Grab in the first 7 minutes of the day, which means maybe that has a chance to hold on. And that's not too bad. UNH, again, that one made a move 3 days ago when we were in Vegas. We saw, wow, 357. That's breaking the weekly high at 352. All right. If you're in UNH calls, those are probably printing. If you're in UNH leaps, those are not doing too bad, especially if you got in below like 250. Buffett, obviously, winning on this trade so far. Tepper, Burry, all those guys that kind of, well, I don't know what their averages are. I would imagine they average down enough to be green, but they did start buying at like 380, 390 from the SEC filings that we saw. But at least it's working. Tesla 377. My goodness. My freaking goodness. It is working. It is absolutely moving. Yes, restart YouTube, guys. I'm telling you, it's not my Wi-Fi. If it was my Wi-Fi, I would say it's my Wi-Fi. I would see like the low bandwidth signal. It's not my Wi-Fi. It's YouTube today. A lot of you guys said you refreshed and you fixed it. Trust me, I don't shy away from blaming myself if it's the Wi-Fi. But I'm telling you, it's not the Wi-Fi today. Like this place is pretty damn good Wi-Fi. So it looks like it's a YouTube thing. Mods, thank you for the super chat. Don't you ever miss the stream. I didn't even open my portfolio yesterday because you weren't there. I didn't open my portfolio either, dude. So at the end of the day, bro, could you imagine my reaction? I opened it up. I was like, what is going on, bro? Like just crazy moves yesterday. But a lot of that, I think, was driven by the jobless claims. I mean, that's my only fundamental explanation I can give you guys. Outside of Oracle, Microsoft, OpenAI, like those deals are bullish for AI in general. Whereas Nebius, by the way, Nebius right here at $90, Rocket Lab as well. It is at 48.97. But really, the jobless claims kind of made the point that, okay, this market is going to price in way more rate cuts than expected. By the way, the probabilities on 50 bips have gone up. So 25 bips is guaranteed. There is an 8% chance for 50 based on this labor market report that people might be thinking now makes sense. Also, money market funds, we didn't get an update on that because I didn't look at it. My goodness, $43 billion increase in money market funds, 7.3 trillion. So like, again, right? I mean, more money that's going into the sidelines, not going into the equity markets, but equity markets are hitting an all-time high. To me, that's bullish because that means you're still getting capital and liquidity that wants to be safe, but also wants to invest in stocks. And until you get those rate cuts, that 7.3 trillion is probably not moving. But the fact that it's at 7.3 trillion just lets you know if you have any meaningful dip, there is plenty of money on the sidelines willing to buy that dip. It's just a question of how attractive would they be to the markets if we do get the dip? Or you could say that's bearish because a lot of people are afraid the economy is going to collapse because the labor market's collapsing. And people are getting into cash and gold. Gold hit another all-time high yesterday. because people are scared of just like the general economy. That's also an argument. I just don't know how bad the labor market would have to get to. 36.50 on gold, all-time highs, for that to play out the way people are thinking about it. Duolingo, that bounced yesterday, right? That bounced. Duolingo, 318. Yeah, wow, nice bounce. Didn't this fall to like 270 or something? Yeah, 265 was the lows. So nice bounce on Duolingo. I will refresh the stock draft portfolio in 10 minutes at 9:50 when everything gets updated on Google Finance. And Nebius put me almost neck and neck with Matt. I'm only a couple percentage points away from Matt because of Nebius. So Duolingo not doing that horrible maybe gets me closer. So we'll refresh that and we'll see how that one ends up playing out. Wow, Tesla 378. She is moving. Also, yes, we'll talk about Orbs, which is that Dan Ives company. Tom Lee, Bitmine investment. I still don't know what to think about that thing, but it is down a lot from where it was like 2 weeks ago, which makes sense because, I mean, like it would be hard for that to, hold a 7,000% return, but it's still up more than 10x. 379. Wow. 379, 380 on Tesla. Let's see. 380 resistance is 98,000 shares. 98,000 shares for Tesla to hit 380. My goodness, she is moving. Orbs, by the way, 1760. That's up 21%. So that is 8co. Instead of being Octo, it's now Orbs. That's the ticker symbol. Orbs being a reference to the WorldCoin. So that one continues to go green. That is up 21% on the day. NVIDIA 176, S&P 657. Tesla really carrying the slack for the day. Up almost 3%. 378. 378. Morgan Stanley says robotaxi to reach 8% of China's fleet by 2030. That could be a headline. Then Nevada robotaxi stuff, that could be a headline. I mean, there could be a bunch of different things that could be catalyzing all this momentum for Tesla. IONQ, that's flying as well. Okay, Quantum getting some momentum, up 11%. What about D-Wave? That's up 4%. Rigetti, that one is also up 5%. Don't know if there's any major quantum news, but they're going green. Robinhood going red, 116.60. That's falling off a little bit. NVIDIA also trying to go red. SoFi is moving, though, 26.39. So SoFi is getting some love. And then Grabby Grab holding 560. Holding 560. Is Tesla a bubble? I would not say Tesla's a bubble. Is it getting expensive? Of course, but Tesla's always been expensive. But the catalysts for Tesla have always been exciting, too. It's just the earnings growth is still not going to be there for another year and a half. And that's Elon's words, not my words. However, that doesn't mean people won't front run the inevitable S curves that they see coming in 2027 between robotaxi, energy, Optimus, etc. So no, I would not say Tesla's a bubble by any sense of the imagination. Is it expensive here? Yes. Is it going to hold 370? I have no clue, but I would not say it's a bubble. Apple right here, 229. SMCI still up 3% of the day. That was up 6%, so that's down a little bit. Intel, that one's flat at 24.38. D-Lo, they did an offering. They kind of recovered from that offering, so that offering was kind of a nothing burger. Nubank trying to get to 16. This thing was $11 3 weeks ago, so not too bad on Nubank. DoorDash right here, 260. Raytheon, 157. Again, Tesla trying to go for 379. AMD right here, 156. Where's ASTS? This one got hit based on that news on Monday. Still below 40, 38.45 based on this SpaceX acquisition of a company. So this one kind of flat. And then HIMS right here at $50. BMNR, is that flying? We're also going to get Michigan consumer sentiment data in a bit. BMNR 49.27, just below 50. IONQ secured regulatory approval from the UK Investment Security Unit for the acquisition of Oxford Ionics. Okay, so there you go. That's your argument for why Quantum is potentially making a move today. But that's kind of pumping up the entire sector. Again, for those that are the streams breaking up, refresh YouTube, please. Refresh YouTube. Because for everyone else, it's fine. It's not me. It's not the mic. It's not the Wi-Fi. It's YouTube today. I don't know why YouTube's being weird, but it is YouTube. AIRE, you guys are saying that's another ticker that's moving. That is up 37%. This one looks like a massive small cap. Yeah, $140 million small cap. Real estate company, the fact that look at that. It engages in developing an end-to-end commission-free home buying platform. I mean, anything real estate based on this new open door renaissance is getting a bid. Open Door right there trying to get back to $10. And then Zillow actually down on the day, but Zillow is up for the month. So all of real estate might be kind of pumping together on the anticipation of rate cuts, which could be helping. All right, let's look at the heat map on the day. What do we got? Heat map. Let's see where money's rotating. Okay, so everything's red except Tesla, Amazon, Microsoft, and Nvidia. Pretty much everything else is red. Industrials are red, defensives are red, healthcare is red, financials are red. Energy's up a little bit on the day. Lilly, J&J, all those are red. Well, UNH was red. No, UNH is green. Okay, so UNH is one of the healthcares that's green. And that's doing okay. The rest of them, like Eli Lilly, are seeing a little bit of red. Joby's moving. Why is Joby moving? Joby is up 5.4% on the day. There's probably some news right here on Joby. Archer kind of been stuck for the past couple of weeks as well. Joby plans to jumpstart U.S. operations through White House eVTOL integration program. Huh. eVTOL's coming into the White House. The president's recent executive order directs the Department of Transportation and Federal Aviation Administration to ensure that eVTOLs can begin operations in select makers ahead of full FAA certification, a critical step in preparing for a full-scale commercial service. Okay, there you go. That should be bullish for Archer and Joby, to be honest. That's like a general thing for aviation and for eVTOLs that's getting some love. Archer right there up about 1.7%, still below $10. But Joby up 5% of the day. Tesla, 379. No, she hit 380. She hit 380. While we were talking, she hit 380. She got through those 100,000 shares of resistance. Yep, they are gone on my screen. 381 now barely has anything. 381 has 8,000 shares. So she is just crushing every single dollar up. Tesla's moving. And you are getting some green. AppLovin is also, wow, 586. Dude, a lot of these high beta names that have good earnings and obviously have catalysts like S&P 500, which AppLovin and Robinhood had, they're making a move. They are making a move. Not too bad. Grab right here for it. Dude, Grab's really making me happy because I kind of expected Grab to flare out back into the 540s. It's just usually what it does, right? After it pumps. It means that yesterday's volume wasn't fake. Because before earnings, we pumped up to 590. I guess all that volume was fake. None of it was real for us to dump after their best quarter ever back to like 470. So the fact that it's holding 560, I'm a simple man. I don't need $10 tomorrow. I just want to hold the high fives and then we can make our way towards the sevens towards the end of the year. That would make me happy. It seems like that's what we're seeing on Grab. Tesla 380 again. There she goes. 380. Dude, S&P 7,000, Tesla 400. Are we seeing that? It's hard to see Tesla not closer to 400 if S&P does get to 68, 69. And by the way, S&P, I mean, it's not at 6,600 yet, but 6570 was a brand new milestone that we hit yesterday. If we can even keep that going into the end of September, I think the market would be very happy. Yes, Vlad and Tom Lee will be at an event in Singapore next month called Token 2049. So you do have both of them. Also, we forget, dude, Robinhood's supposed to be going to Southeast Asia this year, Singapore. 381 on Tesla. She is not stopping. She is not stopping. So Tom Lee's going to be there, and then I think Vlad's going to be there for an event. And if they end up actually opening their brokerage in Singapore by the end of this year, bullish. Just more expansion internationally. 382 resistance is 21,000 shares. 21,000 shares for Tesla. Dude, I'm so happy Tesla's making a move and Tesla's actually running because like it has been so long for Tesla, kind of like as this bull market has been commencing, Tesla's been stuck between basically 310 and 330, a little bit sometimes in the 290s. And so, I mean, like, even if you don't own Tesla, I do think it's kind of healthy to see the entire Mag 7 pump. Google and Apple were lagging. Google and Apple are now here. Microsoft's been great this year. Meta's been great this year. Nvidia's obviously been great this year. Tesla's the one that's been kind of flat. Is Tesla even green year to date now? Tesla year to date just turned green. Literally, they're green by $1. So whether you own it or not, it definitely helps the broader market. And it would be nice to see. Is Hood in Southeast Asia bad for Grab? No, Grab doesn't really compete in brokerage. And we don't know if Hood's going to be successful in competing in brokerage yet. But if Hood wins in brokerage in Southeast Asia, I don't know if they go after financial services more broadly, because financial services in general in Southeast Asia is massively competitive. Like even Grab is growing really nicely, but Grab has a lot of competition. So I don't think Vlad's approach is going to be to like be the checking and savings account for someone in Singapore. Like maybe long term, but I think he's more of a founder that says, let's nail one use case and then expand. And I think their major use case right now is brokerage. And if they can nail that, maybe they go further from there. But I think it's a massive market. There's 700 million people that are unbanked in Southeast Asia, or not 400 million out of the 700 million people that don't have a bank account. So there's a big opportunity for everybody. If anything, it just expands the pie. But I don't see them as kind of like direct competition. Unless Grab opens up a brokerage, which I don't know why Grab hasn't opened up an investing platform. I feel like that would be easy to do. But then again, that's not the use case they're going after. Tesla right here, 382, 382.43. It's like every 2 minutes she breaks another dollar. And she's going up there. Yeah, there's a lot more. That's the other thing about Hood. Look, as bullish as I am of Hood in Southeast Asia, fintech in Singapore is very competitive. There's a lot of established players, a lot of established brokerages. So Robinhood's going to have a hell of an argument to get people to switch. And some people will switch, but to take market share, they're going to have to be intense. So if Robinhood wants to compete with checkings and savings account, I just think it would be too much. And that's what Grab does, right? So it would be way too much to go after. But brokerage, I think if they have a really good offering, they can take some market share. It's just to be like the major fintech of the region and control all the flow of money. That's going to be a bit tough. Remember, Uber tried to beat Grab in 2018 and they failed, and they had to sell their entire business to Grab. So it's not easy for an American company to just come into Southeast Asia and say, hey, we're going to win. Now, I trust that Vlad is going to be able to figure it out, hopefully. But it's also not the easiest thing in the world. It would just be good to see more of that expansion because there's more of a demographic that they can attack outside the United States. Tesla right here trying to go for 383. UNH, by the way, is moving with Tesla. Look at UNH, 360 on this bad boy. So you got one heavily high beta growth stock making a 5% move, and then you have UNH, which is deeply undervalued, also making a move. Could you imagine if UNH is 450 again by early next year, or at least 400 when this thing was at 237? I mean, it's going to make a lot of people a lot of money if that plays out. Tesla 383, we hit 383. Wow. Okay, so 384 resistance on Tesla, 12,000 shares. There's like no walls. It's almost like it's blue skies. And I don't know if this is just because of robotaxi in a new state, but maybe this is. Maybe this is. Oh, Klarna's IPO. So did anyone get shares? Did anyone flip them? IPO wasn't that good, guys. I thought this thing was going to move up to like 60, 70 bucks. It got to 48 and then it kind of tanked back to 42. It kind of IPO'd at 40. So I would not say this is a successful IPO. I mean, if you bought at 40, the best case scenarios you sold at 49. Outside of that, you're kind of stuck. And now it's just a dud that's going to have to like actually grow with earnings, right? So not the best IPO for Klarna, and maybe telling some of these other smaller IPOs like Figure and Gemini and all these other companies that money is not that easy to get. Like you got to be a really exciting company for liquidity to find you. Grab right there, trying to break 570, 566. It got to 568. And yeah, some of these other companies might struggle a little bit to raise a ton of capital. Palantir right here, 165. Tesla, a little bit away from 384. Gemini is IPOing today. So we'll get some coverage on Gemini. I did not ask for any shares, but for those that did, you'll probably get your allocation soon in like an hour. And we'll see. This is the Bitcoin exchange or the crypto exchange by the Winklevoss twins. We'll kind of hear from them and see what they have to say. But that IPO, I think, could be better because it's a crypto IPO. It's not just a general company, but we're going to have to see how the market thinks of it. Wow, 384. 384. Tesla's up 15 bucks on the day. If you own 1,000 shares of Tesla, you are up $15,000. It's the cool thing about math, right? If you're up 1,000, if you have 1,000 shares and you're up $10, you're up $10,000 in a day. It's like math is so cool, bro. 385 resistance. Let's see. 385, 51,000 shares. 51,000 shares. Tile M or Now, thank you for the very, very, very generous $500 super chat. Amit, thank you for giving me a heads up on Grab. My call option on Grab has already made me $14,000 in profit. Hopefully Grab gets to 20 by 2027. Thank you for the super chat. Deeply, deeply appreciate it. Grab did give everyone the opportunity to buy again at 470 after that earnings, which was crazy because I thought it was one of the best earnings ever. So, for anyone who bought the dip when it fell from 590 to 470, congrats, and hopefully it continues. Hopefully the momentum continues. Again, I know it's not an open door that goes from 50 cents to $10 in a day, but for me, just as a more fundamental investor, I would rather sit with dead money knowing it's more safe than something that's a little bit more hype. You can make money in both, but for those that kind of choose to go a little bit more of the traditional route, I think Grab could play out for us. So thank you. That's a very generous super chat. Congrats on the profits. And I know people get mad at me when I say $10 in 2027. I like to be a little bit more conservative. Could I see it above $10? Yes, of course. But, ultimately it's just a question of how fast they can grow. But I think $10, at least a double from here in 2027 is possible. Wow. Tesla 386. What is going on? It broke through 385, broke through 386, 387 resistance is 7,000 shares. That's not a lot of shares. That's not a lot. She's moving. Does she want to go to 400 or something? She is freaking moving. It's incredible, dude. My goodness. We haven't seen a move like this on Tesla in a minute, bro. I know it's only 5% move, but still 5% is $17 on Tesla, which we haven't seen a $17 swing in 10 minutes, 20 minutes in a very long time. 30 cents away from, wow, it hit 386.99. Hit 386.99. Rocket Lab also making a move. Hoodie is actually down on the day, unfortunately. So Hoodie is not participating. Rocket Lab trying to get to 50. CoreWeave is also down about 2%. The Qs are down a little bit. UNH, again, continuing to get some love. 359.64. That's up 2%. It's up almost basically 10% for the week. S&P just went green. SoFi slightly below 26. Grab 564. Palantir also flat at 165. And then Tesla at 385. Now we just need NVIDIA to kind of catch up back to all-time highs as well. NVIDIA 177, which is not too bad. BMNR, are we above 50? We are very close to cracking 50. Very close to cracking 50. Okay, let's look at the stock draft and let's see where we are. All right, here we go. Let's see what we've got. Matt's at 25. I'm at 19.9. Let's just say I'm at 20. Steve's at 3. Tanner's at 14. Chris is at 7. So Chris was like -5. Now Chris is at 7. Steve was -2. Now he's at 3. He's still getting burned by HIMS and MicroStrategy. Tanner, if he didn't have Trade Desk, Tanner would probably be closer to 20. Matt is only getting hurt by ASTS recently and Dutch Bros. Outside of that, he's still doing great, up 25. I think I would be closer to Matt if Duolingo wasn't down 40%. But Duolingo was down 50%. Now it's down 35%. So that's helping me. And Nebius, freaking Nebius, bro. I'm so happy I have that 77. I have that because of you guys in the chat. When I was doing the stock draft, a ton of you guys were spamming Nebius. And I was like, yeah, Nebius is another name that retail's finding. I even got it at 50. So it's not like I got it at the absolute lows. But that one's just had a monster move. So right now the rankings are Matt, Amit, Tanner, Steve, and Chris. Chris, nice recovery on UNH, Google, and Chris also at Oracle. That's up 42%. That's helping him from Novo. If Novo wasn't down 26, Chris would probably be in third place as well. So you're starting to see some of these portfolios begin to play out. Bitmine 50. There you go. Bitmine 50. She is green. Michigan data coming in just a second. We got about 30 seconds. And then we'll see if the market reacts to some of this consumer data. You got Bitmine right there at 50, SoFi at 25.95, Google 239, Grab. Let's see if we can hit 570 today. Tesla chilling out at 384, NVIDIA 177, S&P still green on the day, 657. And then Hoodie, nasty 2% on Hood. It's up a lot on the week, so you can't complain too much, but you do have people taking some profits on Hoodie. AppLovin, 579. That is also green. That is also green. All right, so this Michigan data, we should be getting it right now. Let's see. Hopefully not too bad. Okay, here we go. 5-year inflation expectation, 3.9 versus 3.5 expected. That's a little bearish. Consumer expectations 51.8 versus 55. That's lower. Current conditions 61.2 versus 61. That's a little bit higher. Overall inflation expectations 4.8 versus 4.6. That's a little higher. And then overall consumer sentiment 57. We came in at 55. So you got to miss across pretty much every metric on consumer sentiment. It's a very slight miss, so I don't think that's too crazy. But that is red. Yeah, market wanted 58. We came in at 55.4. I don't know. I don't know if that's the worst thing. The reason some of this sentiment stuff does matter now is because of the labor market. Like, we're starting to see job loss accelerate. And so, like, consumer sentiment actually matters, right? Because if people don't have a job, they're probably not going to be likely to buy that many things. And you kind of want to get those indicators in the midst of it. And that also is the bull case for the rate cut, which is what equities actually want to see, which is rate cut. So it's one of those things where it's like, all right, the labor market's not the best, consumer sentiment's not the best, but it proves we need a rate cut. And if we need a rate cut, then that, ends up helping equities long-term as well.
Well, the scenario doesn't change. 51.8, also the lowest since May. This follows 55.9. So there's your weak consumer confidence. Now, let's look at inflation. 4.8 expected, 4.8 remains. But that doesn't dismiss the fact that it's still the highest level since June, although I do think surveyed inflation, that kind of runs afoul of logic in certain instances, considering it was way up in May at 6.6. And finally, the 5 to 10-year look, 3.9. That's about 0.5% more than expected. It's 0.4 more than the rear view mirror, and 3.9 to find a higher inflation. You're going back to June when it was 4%. We started out the year at 3.2%. The recent low watermark was 2.8, and that was in March of 24. So I'm surprised we're not getting a little bit more lift on the long end of the market, which didn't spend much time.
And I think the 10-year doesn't care that much because they know rate cuts are coming, right? And so their major concern is, hey, if rate cuts come, let's buy up these bonds, causing yields to stay stable, because they know they're not going to be able to get this juicy of a yield when rates do come down. Tesla, it hit 387.50, folks. We have not had a day like this in a long time on Tessie. I'll check 388 resistance. Grab, trying to make a run for 570. 388 resistance on Tesla. 25,000 shares. Dude, there's like no resistance at any of these major levels. It's almost like people just got the hell out of the way and they're letting Tesla move, which is very nice to see. Rocket Lab, is that one breaking 50? Rocket Lab breaking 50 along with BM&R. Rocket Lab and BM&R breaking above 50. There you go. Bitmine's moving. Bitmine is moving. UNH as well at 360. Bitmine now trying to go for 51, which would be very exciting to see. K. Roger, thank you for the $50 super chat. Thanks, Amit, for giving us 3 hours of your daily soliloquy. So glad you're back. And a big thanks for Call Sheet for sponsoring today's show. K. Roger, thank you. Appreciate it. Again, guys, I miss the show more than you guys every single day. I hated not knowing what was happening in the markets yesterday and not being able to talk about it, report it, tweet about it, all that stuff. Dude, some of you guys thought I was dead. They're like, Amit, you haven't tweeted in 7 hours. Are you dead? So I appreciate people reaching out, but yeah, I need this as much as you guys need it. So I'm happy to be back. Susan, thank you for the $50 super chat as well. Deeply appreciated. Thank you for being here. And Lewis, thank you for the $5. I hit my first 10K on options with Tesla calls I bought yesterday. Wow. Congratulations, Lewis. Congratulations. It is always nice to see that first option win end up working out. And it shows you kind of the power of options. Obviously, options can be very risky, but not all of them work. But when some of them do, it is very exciting to see it play out. Bitmine right here, 50.6. Tessie, 385. Still hasn't cracked 387. NVIDIA, 177. Hoodie, 115. Hoodie, I mean, the only argument I can say for why it's getting dumped today is because the August metrics were down month over month. So maybe the street's like, oh, August wasn't that good of a month. But if you look at August historically for Robinhood, it is abysmal. Like, every metric is down so bad. The fact that they were barely down month over month, like 4%, 5%, but year over year, they were up 150%. To me, August was a success. And September isn't also that good, but August and July, I think, are going to carry the quarter. And, Robinhood, dude, at this point, Robinhood is not a company where I can't even care about the stock action anymore. Given the announcements at the Vegas event and how Vlad was so energetic about all these new products and services and where you can see the trajectory going. By the way, they're having another event in December all around AI. So it's like they're introducing even more stuff. To me, it's just this is a generational company. You buy every dip and you try to buy the most juiciest dips and just hold this thing because they are not slowing down. They are not slowing down. Wow, grabby grab. 570, huh? 570, not too bad. Break above 550 out to 570. Again, this doesn't look like hype. This is not pre-earnings momentum like it was last time. Volume is strong. It kind of just looks like people are buying. That could be happening right here for grabs. So there you go, making a little bit of a move. Now, if we can break above 575, 580s, that would really tell me people are, or at least the street's getting excited. But nice to see. Grab right there at 570. Tesla 386, back to 386. Hoodie 115, Palantir 165, and then NVIDIA 177.89 as well. BMNR 51, baby. Dude, shout out to people buying the dip on this at 40, 41, 42. Again, I don't know what Tom Lee's doing with the Moonshot, Orbs, all those other investments, but my thesis has been it's a leverage bet on Ethereum. Ethereum, there's a thesis behind that with stablecoins and tokenizations. That is enough to be able to say, hey, there is some upside on Ethereum. Therefore, there's some upside on Bitcoin. And then obviously Tom Lee's ability to raise capital is important. So, by the way, Tanner and I, we talked to a lot of people, and Chris, we talked to a bunch of people at the Hood event. There was a ton of folks that are in BMNR. I mean, like we cannot underestimate Tom Lee's brand. This man has a brand that is just special. And the amount of people that told us they were in BMNR, like every time we were like, goodness, bro, there's a lot of people in this. Now, one could say, okay, that's kind of toppy, right? Because everyone's into it. But one could also say, well, wait a second. Everyone is starting to believe Ethereum. And the way they want to get exposure to it is not just Robinhood stock, not just SBET, but BMNR because of Tom Lee. And so love it or hate it, the ability for him to raise capital is the moat, I think, on BMNR. And then obviously if Ethereum does well, that's where you get your leverage. There you go. Breaking above 51. Breaking above 51. S&P also new all-time high, 658. 658. Grab high of day, 572. And now Tesla just 30 cents away from going back to 387. NVIDIA trying to get to 178. You're starting to see a move on a lot of these names. Rocket Lab just below 50. Uber slightly red on the day. Enphase up a little bit, 38.19. TLT slightly red. And then AMD as well. Just a little red with NVIDIA, but trying to break out. Palantir right here at 165.81. UNH, wow, 362. Look at that, dude. UNH and Tesla, you wouldn't think they run together. They are running together. They are running together. Let me check grab resistance and BMNR resistance. Again, grab, I did not expect it to go up another 3% today. I really expected it to kind of tank because that's what it usually does. But this one feels healthier, dude. There's no catalyst. There's no earnings. This one just feels healthy. 573. Grab $6 resistance is 398,000 shares. So it's going to be a bit tough. For Bitmine, $52 resistance is 5,000 shares. Bitmine could go back down to like 48. It could go up to 55. I mean, Bitmine is just so volatile. So I don't know if the resistance matters too much because it goes up or down so quickly. But it is going up and making a move today. SBET's also moving. Is that moving today? SBET is 1730. That's up 6%. All right. So SBET making a move with Bitmine today. The Q's right here at 585, Uber 94, HIMS 5145, NVIDIA 177, S&P is at 658 on the day. Up 300% on UNH Leaps. See a bunch of you guys saying you're up on UNH, up on Grab. It's been a nice week, bro. It's been a nice week. Hopefully we close it out nicely as well, but it is nice to see some of this momentum like carrying through. Now, the thing is, it's still September. It's still September. So it's like, are we getting a little too greedy here? Oklo, wow. Oklo breaking 80. Let me check fear and greed. We got to be at greed. We are at greed, but we're not at extreme greed. 56. It's not like it's crazy. And September so far has been giving, Duolingo, great dip to buy in September. Grab, I think it was at like $5. It was at $5 like 3 days ago. Great dip to buy. Tesla was at 320 at one point. Google, obviously, before it had a run, was at freaking 180. Like you've had a lot. Apple was at 210. I mean, you've had Hood, obviously 97. BMNR at 39. Like NVIDIA 165. We had tons of moves. Wow, 388 on Tessie. 388. Tons of dips in the first week of September have been buying opportunities so far. And it looks like that momentum is continuing to give them some love. Let me check 3 89 resistance on Tessie. It looks like she wants 400, dude. 12,000, nothing. 12,000 shares. Again, not much for what we're seeing on Tesla. Chris Patel, good morning.
Morning, man. Dude, BMNR, I forgot to talk about that the day before. Going to these hood summits, one of the things I realized is just how much networking opportunities you get with people, and the BMNR interest was palpable, dude. Anyone you spoke to was like, "Yeah, I'm long BMNR," and some of these people were like they're whales, dude. They had like $1 million, $2 million position at BMNR. It wasn't like a small amount that people were putting into this thing. So, I mean, I can't speak to BMNR's fundamentals because I still am trying to understand what the total market potential for BMNR is. But there are certain things where if you just see a high level of interest that people are really getting into, it's just just buy and let the market leader in this specific category do its thing like MSTR did with all the Bitcoin people.
Yeah. No, I agreed. And then obviously the Ethereum momentum is what's getting people excited. Tesla, what do you think of it today, Chris? Is this 5% move justified? Do you think it's momentum, robotaxi optimist, or kind of just robotaxi hype if it's moving to a new state, but maybe nothing too fundamental?
I have no clue, man. I've been under the impression that Tesla's core business is going in the wrong direction. So that would make it a company that you don't necessarily want to, go too heavy into. But at the same time, Tesla never really trades based on just its fundamentals. It really does trade more on the optimistic part of its business. So, all it really takes is for Elon to come out and say, hey, this next thing is going to be the big thing. It's going to be the big breakout. Now, Elon does have a way of being a bit too hyperbolic and, giving timelines that may be a little bit too aggressive, but he does eventually deliver. So, anyone buying Tesla here, I don't know what the rationale is other than, hey, robo taxis are going to absolutely succeed. It might be a bit early in that equation to be proven out, just right now, but if it is something that works out, then hey, it could be a really big growth driver for Tesla and justify the value that it has right now. So yeah, I have no position in Tesla. I know people are gonna make fun of me, but I'm waiting for it to pull back to like 200s, so we'll see.
Yeah, I don't know if we get 200s, but I do think that Tesla is inspiring a lot of people in the age of AI. I mean, this Oracle, and we'll talk more about this like cloud computing stuff, but if all that money is being spent, there's got to be some ROI. And you would imagine FSD and robotics hopefully is part of that ROI. And that could be continuing to gain and get more momentum. UNH 360. I guess I'll ask this question. How do you feel?
Part of me feels like, the thesis was vindicated. A lot of the research that I did on it pretty much showed that this was a real value play that had a strong mean reversion potential. And I think the entire sector for the most part has been sold off. And, it's just understanding that certain times businesses have these moments where things get a little bit weak, and UNH got caught under a really bad publicity cycle, very similar to what happened to Meta in 2022, where everyone was kind of focusing in on a couple of bad quarters. Everyone was just like, "Oh, this business is dead," like Zuckerberg was getting hauled in every other weekend to congressional hearings. So, that bad PR led a lot of people to say, "You know what, I don't want to be in this anymore," and a lot of people really got out. And I also think some institutions had to get out because of some of the risk controls that they had with companies moving in a certain direction. And I think that caused a little bit too much of overselling during that time. And I think this is where like retail can benefit significantly. And that's one of the things actually I was speaking to a couple of institutional guys over at Robinhood Summit. And I was like, what caused you guys to kind of miss the dip in April? Like, why didn't you guys buy? I mean, you're clearly like you got good heads on your shoulder.
Yeah.
And they were just very blunt. They said, we have risk controls that we can't get around. Like if we try to buy the dip on some things like this, either we'll get forced by clients or we'll get forced by risk our risk department, and basically they'll just say, "What are you doing? Are you stupid? Like you can't take this much leverage to do this and that." So it's one of those things that I feel like, some of the bigger guys, they have their hands tied behind their backs fighting against a very obvious case. Now the companies, and I think the funds that have a lot more latitude, they can actually move a lot quicker. So that's why you saw with David Tepper with Appaloosa, Buffett with Berkshire, right? They have a lot less control by, let's say, by their respective investors, and also they have a lot more like permanent capital that they can really deploy into the markets during moments of weakness like this. So I think in that regards, this is where retail does have an edge over Wall Street a little bit, in that Wall Street has to kind of fight with this, I don't know how to describe it, with this like we can't lose money attitude. And it's you want to know one of the reasons why the markets are also running right now, and I think this is very underappreciated. It's something that one of the guys said. He's like, we've underperformed so badly for this year that our clients are getting pissed off at us, saying, how are these retail goons making like 100% return, and I'm paying you a 20% what is it
Management
called,
fee.
performance,
Yeah.
and a 2% management fee, and y'all can't even make me money, and these retail guys are killing it, right? And so now all of these guys are trying to catch up, and they're going into the market while the market's hitting all-time highs again. And it's like it's funny to see, because it's like the guys that technically are supposed to be smart money are getting, somewhat bashed right now, and the guy and retail, who's typically been, oh, you guys are a bunch of idiots on Robinhood, they're actually beating them, and they're not even beating them by like small amounts. They're beating them by like large margins, man. So it was very interesting to talk to people during the Robinhood summit. I also talked to a couple of the products guys over at Robinhood, and they're very driven by what they want to do. I think this is a company that still has a long, it's going to have a lot of potential in the future. So
What do you think about the labor market right now? Because we got a pretty ugly jobless claims yesterday and the market rallied. CPI was flat. Do you think the labor market's going to get so bad to the point where we have like a legit recession, or do you think the Fed will be early enough to cut in the midst of some of that weakening?
I mean, I don't necessarily think cuts are, going to be the only thing that's necessary for businesses to feel confident enough to invest in more growth, right? So you got to remember, as a business, one part of your cost is, of course, it's going to be capital, right? So you need capital, but you also need labor to in effect make money, and then you also have to have, a competitive price on your product or service that isn't being challenged competitively around the world. So that's one of those things that I think the tariffs in the short term are helping with, saying, look, for the American worker, this will be a good thing. But the example that I would use, and this is just economics 101. Let's say you put, tariffs on steel. So you're thinking, hey, I'm protecting American steel workers, right? And that's a good thing. But at the other side, you also have manufacturers here that use steel from the outside, manufacture at a cheaper price because their input costs are low, and they sell outside the country. And because they have to sell outside the country, now all of a sudden they have to raise prices, which means that our goods and services are going to be less competitive than other countries are, right? So I think what it is sometimes we don't necessarily want to see the downstream effects of how tariffs can make American goods and services less competitive
Yeah,
around the
but
world.
didn't PPI kind of prove it's a one-time price? I mean, that PPI was like almost 2% miss, which showed that producers aren't raising their prices as much as we thought.
Well, I mean, that's one of those things that you're going to see these anomalies here and there, right? On the other hand, you're seeing CPI stuck at 2.9 when it should be below 2 right now,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So you can't say, hey, this, like, there's a lot of lags that happen in between different things, like buying, selling, companies implementing policies, companies hiring, firing, all of those things. And this is where the challenge is, because it just puts a lot of uncertainty into the markets. you know.
Okay, Chris, we have the Open Door board member on CNBC. I think let's listen to him for a couple minutes, and I want to get your thoughts on what you think is going on with Open Door as well.
Du jour. How did you get here? How did you come back? Co-founded the company, went public, started during the SPAC phase, was kind of left for dead, and now it's all that everyone's talking about. How did you come back to it?
I think it's very simple. Retail investors figured out the potential of the company. Experts, Wall Street experts, et cetera, missed the potential. Residential real estate in the world is about a $289 trillion asset, and nobody has transformed the buying and selling of real estate in the world. And Open Door has the most likely shot on goal of fixing the transaction, both on the buy side and the sell side. So the potential of the company is infinite. And it took people like Eric Jackson, an activist investor, and normal American consumers to see that one way or the other, we're going to transform the way people buy and sell houses, and that company should be worth in a lot of money. Many people compare us to Carvana. I think I used to compare us publicly, on Twitter and X, to Carvana. I think the multiple of Open Doors should be comparable to Carvana. I think we have less competition and more upside. So I think hopefully we do better than Carvana, but that comparison easily gets you to where you are today.
I get the comparison given where the stock was trading and how it's now beloved and has really turned around. But Keith, wasn't this always the promise of Open Door that it was going to transform the real estate market? And then iBuying really became out of vogue. Redfin exited it, Zillow exited it, and that was the business model here.
It was never out of vogue. It was out of vogue because Redfin and Zillow didn't know how to do it. We were always successful. We minted free cash flow every year I was involved in the company. However, it's very complicated and very difficult to do iBuying well. But the value proposition of certainty, transactional speed is incredibly compelling to Americans. If you list your home for sale, you are going to wait 80 to 100 days, and 20% of the transactions that you think you've closed are never going to close. We give you certainty, peace of mind, convenience. That value proposition, we just need more awareness. In many markets, we have a double-digit market share, actually. It took Tesla until 2023 to get to a 5% market share in the United States. In many, many U.S. markets, we were above 5% last time I was involved in the company.
Yeah, but wasn't always the thing that once the housing market turned, then the company was stuck with a lot of mispriced inventory. It didn't work so well when the housing market was weak.
That's actually false. So the Federal Reserve raised interest rates 6 times with unprecedented speed, and that did create a cohort, i.e. one cohort, 1 month to maybe a quarter of mispriced homes. However, every cohort thereafter was actually priced correctly. The problem with the company was bloated G&A. So real estate does have a roller coaster ride to it. There are phases, cycles, and they happen every 5 to 10 years, and you need a resilient cost structure that doesn't depend upon selling 6 million homes a year, because it can come down to 4 million. That's basically the zone over the last 30 years. And so the bloated G&A was a real problem, because as people stopped transacting, as interest rates went through the roof, the company's G&A made no sense. And so the burn rate made no sense. But you can fix that. There's 1,400 employees at Open Door. I don't know what most of them do. We don't need more than 200 of them. It's got easier because of the advent of AI and other technologies. This will be a simple problem. One of the reasons why we were so excited to recruit Kaz, actually, as CEO, is when he took over as COO of Shopify, I believe G&A as expensive revenue at Shopify was 14% last year, or this year I think it'll be 4%, and I'm pretty sure they'll be below that next year. So we need to do the same. We need to have the same discipline and rigor in Open Door. And then,
Chris, what do you think? Is that enough of a reason to get this company to pivot?
I don't know, man. The iBuying business has just not been one that has worked. It's the part that I think I find it difficult is when you look at a house, there's a lot more to buying a house than just, buying it from one person and selling it to another. There's all sorts of inspections and all this other stuff that has to be done. A lot of these homes sit on the market, and every time they sit on the market, they eat away at margins again. So, I don't know. I don't know if I'm a true believer in Open Door getting to, its $82 goal anytime soon. I do, however, think that Open Door has done a really good job of bringing that optimism to the company, in which case the company will be able to probably issue shares at some point and raise capital. Because if there's one thing in real estate, it's the more capital that you have, the more optionality that you have to pivot, right? If you don't have money and you're burning cash, then there's a good chance that you're eventually going to go out of business. But if you're able to get the stock price higher, issue shares at a cheaper price, use that capital to now reinvest in the business and maybe consolidate some things here and there, and I don't know, reinvent the whole business model. Maybe there's something there. I don't see it. I don't see the turnaround in the actual business. I do, however, see the very palpable interest by retail shareholders in buying the story. And the one thing I'll tell you, you do not bet against a story. You don't have to bet with it, but you definitely should not bet against it. And I think one of the things I saw with Skrelly was is Skrelly shorting it?
He is not shorting it. By the way, Tesla 391, absolutely incredible. But yeah, Skrelly, he said it is a short, but he clarified that he's not actually short. And he does like the new CEO, and maybe the CEO changes things.
Yeah. And regarding Tesla, I mean, look, anyone who's a Tesla bull, right? Congratulations, you guys are winning. I'm not going to deny it. Me, I'm a little bit older. I'm almost 40 years old. I've seen these.
What do you mean almost? You're 40 years old now.
I'm 40 years old. All right. So
he's trying to hide his age. No, you're 40, bro. You got to embrace it. You're a 40-year-old man.
There are some companies that they don't trade on fundamentals. They trade on momentum. And the thing is, for me, I sleep better at night trading on fundamentals than just pure momentum. Like, I will have speculative position. Like, you want to know something? I had speculative spreads on Open Door just for the fun of it. It wasn't a like huge position or anything. I was just like, whatever. I see a bunch of people chasing Open Door. Screw it. Let me buy in. And my rationale was this thing would probably, run up to about maybe 15, 20. The Open Door would just issue a ton of shares. And now they have enough cash on the balance sheet to justify a $10 stock price. It's a very simple thought process for me. So that and
Chris,
like
what do you think is going on with Grab?
I think people are recognizing the value of companies just outside the US. I mean, it's not just Grab. Look at Alibaba. Alibaba's been making a run that's just pretty epic, man. Go to like the year to date. Look at that.
Yeah.
So it's a strong move up from the 80s. So I think people are saying, you know what, we like the US, but the US values could be a little bit high. And there's growth potential outside the US, and maybe they want to diversify a little bit. Nubank has been running as well lately.
Also, do you think a weak dollar is helping Grab and Nubank and all those other guys?
I don't know. I mean, it technically should, because they report in US dollars, but they do business in their local currencies. So a weaker dollar would theoretically help their earnings, but it's more of a numbers thing rather than like a full on like, hey, this is like, I mean, FX gives you like a little bit of a boost. It's not going to like dramatically increase your profitability,
Right.
So, yeah.
All right, Chris, thank you for coming on. I'm happy you are back to being on the show. How does it feel after birthday Vegas event and Iceland? You've been traveling a lot for the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, I'm ready to just be home for a little while, man. I just want to get back into the routine of things. We're gonna.
By the way, guys, Chris is eating healthy, bro. We went out to breakfast. This man is eating like someone who's. First of all, he lost a ton of weight. Like, bro, you would like. I don't know if you're down like 20 pounds or something, but you look like you're down 20 pounds. And, at these nice restaurants, he's eating very conservatively, salads, all that stuff. So I'm proud of you.
Yeah. I mean, dude, once you get to a certain age, you got to start taking care of your health, because up to about, and this is what every doctor says too, like up to about 40, you can make some changes to your work, to your health that'll help you get to that much, much older age. And then if you carry those same bad habits into the 40s, that's when all the negative stuff starts to happen. Like, I don't know if anyone here knows, but I'm pretty much like right at the point where I am pre-diabetic. So that's, like if I don't take care of this stuff now, I'm going to end up with full-blown diabetes and having to take insulin. I have a family history of it, so it's not like it's something that was.
And it's very common in Indians.
Yeah. We have a predisposition to it. But one of the things is, if you start to make those lifestyle changes now. You start hitting the gym a little bit, take a little bit stress off your table. Things get better, and I feel much healthier too. Like, and even among the people that I know, like all my friends, like all our friends and stuff, like I'm always like now advocating like, hey, let's get healthy together. It's great that we are in this stock market together and we can talk about stocks, but hey, let's also support each other in, getting our health correct. Because when I was in Iceland, and this is something that I was thinking about, there was another table right next to us, and it was full of all of these couples, like they were probably like boomer couples, like in their 60s or whatever, but it was really just, it was like 5 or 6 couples. And one of the things I was telling my wife, I was like, man, I hope I get to do this again, but with my friends like you guys, with your wives eventually in the future. And the one thing I don't want is, I don't want to be looking at an empty chair on the other side and be like, man, I wish Amit was here because, you know, we lost him to this preventable health disease or something.
Yeah.
Or I wish this person was here. So like I said, I think all of us, we support each other financially with our great advice and all that, but I think the next step in life is also to kind of do more things in health. And I think the meetups are great because meeting people in person, dude, people in person are way nicer than online.
They don't have to hide behind a screen. Everyone's,
It's so funny. Like, there's so many Palantir people that love Amit, right? And they're like, hey, Chris. And I'm like, hey, what's up? And they're wearing, like, you could tell one of the guys was wearing like a Palantir shirt. And I was like, oh no. So I was telling them, like, look, you know me in person now. So in the chat, when people badmouth you, got to have my back. They're like, we got you.
Yeah, and he loves you. He disagrees on Palantir, but he's like, bro, I love when you're on the show, So it's like there's a select few that like hate to hate, but in person, most people are nice,
Yeah.
So, yeah, dude, it's awesome. Thank you for being on the show. We'll talk to you next week, and get some rest this weekend.
Have a good one, brother. Take care.
Have a good one. Bye. 393. She is not stopping. Tesla. I feel like she wants 400. Also, grab 581, 582. I really did not expect another 5% move on Grab today, bro. Usually it has a move, then it dumps the day after, and it's holding. It's really holding. So very nice to see Grab, Tesla, and BMNR making their moves today. BMNR at 50.80. Only thing that's down is SoFi. And Hood's kind of recovering. It was at 114. Now it's at 116. I was talking to Ark. Ark's a big investor in Hood as well. I was talking to one of their institutional guys, and he was like, bro, like a couple months ago, we started really seeing what was happening, and we just realized, like, this is not a company to bet against. And you can see publicly they've been buying a lot more Hood as well. So I don't know, dude. And I know that's one institution, but there was another institution. I forgot the name of the other institution that was there, but they had one of their analysts come out to the event and they were talking about Hood. It's just like, I think with S&P and with these new verticals of growth, I think these Hood dips are dips to buy. Like, I just think long-term, this is not a company that's resting on their laurels. Every employee I talk to employees who are working Sunday nights. Like, they're like, dude, every Sunday night I'm working. They're like, and they're just so committed to this mission. And they're so, Vlad really sets the culture. And as a result, that's why you have momentum in terms of the product velocity. Now, the only thing that can really mess up Hood in 2026 is if we have a full-on bear market, because obviously older metrics are going to go down. But if we do, this is the number one stock I buy in a bear market, because we know markets go up over time and bear markets are more cyclical rather than a structural force of the market that lasts anywhere more than 18 months. And so if you do get a bear market for whatever reason, this is my number one dip buy, because long-term, this is the company that's going to capitalize on every single catalyst that exists in financial services. Tesla right here, 393. It did break 394. Let me check 395 resistance. And so I think Hood's going to keep crushing it. I think they're going to keep crushing it. But I think it's down today just because it had a really big week. And so it's taking a little bit of breather, which I think is fine. 395 resistance. We just hit 394.19. 395 on Tessie. 1,000 shares. Is that it? 49,000 shares. 49,000 shares. You got about 49,000, which is not too bad. Not too bad. Grabs at 52 weeks high. Is it? Is Grab actually at 52? Yeah, you're right. Well, it hit 590 in the overnight markets last time. So yeah, you're right. This is a 52-week high. The previous one was 572. Today we got to 582. So guys, Grab was 572 in November of 2024 after their first quarter of profitability in 5 years. And then they tanked all the way to 450. That's when I started buying my options. And then they got back to 590 last month, and then they tanked back to 470 after their best earnings ever. And now they're back to 580. So this is a 3-year high on Grab, which to me is bullish. If they can back it up with some good earnings in Q3, then we might really get the breakout. And so now we just got to see. Where is Steven Fiorillo? You know what? Let me give a call to Steve. He just wrote an article about NVIDIA. Let's see if he picks up. I will link his article in the chat. He was like, make sure you tag Joseph Carlson's bitch ass in the article. I was like, Steve, bro, it's okay. You guys don't like each other. It's okay. He's still mad about that. He's still so mad about him getting blocked on Twitter. Let's see if he picks up. He might be in a meeting right now. Dude, he already tagged Joseph Carlson. Look at this. Joseph Carlson, I'd like to get your thoughts on it and have a conversation. Yeah, he can't pick up. Is that even his ticker? No, he tagged. Oh my God, Steve just did the most boomer thing ever. He tagged a bot. He tagged a Joseph Carlson bot, bro. Goodness gracious. Joe Carlso Show, he tagged. That's why when he was like, oh, I'm going to tag him, I'm like, wait a second, you're blocked. How are you going to tag him? Like, what are you talking about? Like, that's how you know he's mad, bro. That's how you know he's mad. So here's his article. I'll put it in the chat, but it is bullish NVIDIA. Also, guys, the other reason Steve was upset yesterday outside of Joseph Carlson, which is he's been upset about for weeks. Do you guys remember who wrote an article on a certain company? That certain company that begins with an O. Do you guys remember who wrote an article? It was about 4 months ago. He came on the stream. He said he was pretty damn bullish. It was none other than Mr. Steven Fiorillo. And the article, when the stock was 130, was Oracle. And unfortunately, Steve, as Steve always does, did not buy it. And so yesterday he texted me. It was April 14th. He was like, Oracle's a buy. And he was just like, I hate everything. He was like, I hate everything. And then you want to know the other stock that he was bullish on that he didn't buy that went up 30% yesterday? Warner Brothers Discovery. And so he was just so pissed off yesterday, bro. He was like, I need someone to just buy my recommendations, even if I don't buy it. Hoodie back to 117. All right, Hoodie making a little recovery. But yeah, if he calls into the show, he's going to explain how mad he is about those two. That was a good call, dude. Oracle 130, that was a good call. And I don't think anyone expected it to do what it did, but my goodness, did it do monster numbers. Oracle back below 300. Okay, so look, Oracle was at 230, pumped to 350, now down to 297. I think that's probably healthy price action. If you were buying at 330, 340, I'm sorry, but like that was too much momentum to buy into, especially for a large cap. Like, the earnings themselves is what I was impressed by more so than the stock price action. Yeah, I said that too. I said it happens to all of us. He was like, no, but it keeps happening to me. Oh, look, it happens to all of us. He's like, yes, but it keeps happening to me. He's like, keep calling these names, but I'm too scared to buy them. And then they just go to the moon. So why does he give advice and recommendation for people to buy a stock if he's scared to do himself or doesn't have any belief? Well, if I asked him that question, it would be him basically saying he's a bitch. I can almost guarantee that's what Steve would say. He would probably use even more explicit language than that. But no, he loves making content. He loves writing articles. He loves, like Steve actually loves analyzing a business. The problem is when it comes to allocating capital against your analysis, which is the hardest part of being an investor, right? Like I've analyzed Grab to death. I've allocated a lot of capital towards it. I don't know if it's going to be right or wrong, but I made my bet. And other names have done way better than this, but this is the bet that I've made. So now we got to see. But that's also the fun of being a public figure, because if you're wrong in public. If you're right in public. And hopefully you're right more than you're wrong. But you got to have some skin in the game, right? Without any skin in the game, it's just talking to talk. And so, yeah, Steve's just not that convicted sometimes, but he does love analyzing the companies themselves. Amazon right here, 229, Meta 749, Grab still holding 580, and then SoFi 25.85, Palantir 166, Tesla 388. Let's go to those Winklevoss twins and let's see their argument for why Gemini will be a good public company.
In 2015, in October, so almost 10 years ago today, and I think the price of Bitcoin was $380. And so we've come a long way, but we also think it's still very much the bottom of the first inning, because we see Bitcoin trading at $1 million a Bitcoin if it disrupts gold. And we think Bitcoin is gold 2.0. And I think we said the same exact thing to you about 10 years ago today. So we think there's easily a 10x from here. And it's still really early. And I think we'll be sitting here 10 years from now and looking back and saying, wow, today was really early.
And I think few people actually listened back then. So hopefully more people listen today.
Guys, how much of your success you think is on the back of Bitcoin itself versus now all of the sort of larger crypto system? We keep talking about Solana, we keep talking about Ether, all of these other cryptocurrencies, obviously stable coins becoming a big part of the industry as well.
Well, I think so. On day one, it was just Bitcoin. So Gemini was a place where people could easily and safely buy, sell, and store Bitcoin. And now I think we have 100 plus tokens. So the space has grown considerably over the last decade, but we think it's actually just the beginning. If you look at Project Crypto, that effort from the SEC to bring markets on chain, we recently partnered with NASDAQ to help power that future and bring markets on chain. So we think we're actually just getting started, even though we're a decade in.
For those folks who are thinking about investing in you as part of this IPO, what would you say is the big differentiating factor between what Gemini does, for example, and what Coinbase does, for example? That's obviously a business that's in the public markets that people, I think, know, understand, and obviously there's a multiple on that might be the comp you're looking at.
Mm-hmm. So I think there's a lot of overlap in the companies, but one of the biggest, coolest products that we have today is the Gemini credit card. I actually brought our Bitcoin Orange card that we released in May. And every time you swipe, you can earn Bitcoin or any crypto that we support. And I think that people realize that
up to 4% back.
Up to 4% back.
Yeah. And that's in crypto real-time rewards that hits your account every time you swipe the credit card and buy. So you
Is it just me, or are these guys not that charismatic or exciting? They don't have to be for this to be a good IPO, but I don't know. They're not Sailor-esque when it comes to explaining Bitcoin and crypto and all this stuff. They're kind of just like regular dudes who built a company, and the company could do well. I don't know. It's not the most exciting listening to them talk about their vision.
you could buy a flat screen and earn Bitcoin back, and in the future that Bitcoin could be worth more than the original purchase. So it's much better
than access that, or can you, or do you leave it there, or do most people you find just leave it sitting there?
It's real time. So as soon as someone swipes, that Bitcoin or crypto is in your wallet, and you can then spend it or stake it. We think you should hodl it. And in some merchants, we're even offering up to 10% back. So if we think,
all right, so who's buying Gemini? Who's buying this thing? What is the price it's opening at? Is it like $20? Tesla right here, 387. Gemini IPO offering. It's probably going to happen in a couple hours. 425 million. IPO range is 24 to 26. 24 to 26. Wait, the IPO didn't happen yet, right? Did it happen? No, it didn't happen. Okay. So we're waiting today. They just priced it yesterday. Okay. I think it'd be a quick flip, but I wonder if the problem is on Robinhood, you'll get banned for 60 days too. So that's the other issue with flipping it. But maybe it's worth it if it pumps heavy. AMD 156, S&P still all-time highs, 657, and then Grab holding on to 579. Volume on Grab is, wow, 36 million. Dude, the average volume is like 15 million. That is massive today. I wonder, I don't have a great headline to give you guys on why Grab's moving. This kind of feels like maybe someone knows something, and that's why it's making a move. But there's not a headline here. There's not a headline, so we got to see. But she's getting some love. Grab right there. 578. I see a bunch of you guys asked for some shares, so you guys should be getting those soon. See what the allocation looks like. But Ty says, I've been a Gemini customer since 2019, but I'm not buying the stock. Okay. Seems like a couple of you guys don't love the value proposition of the company, even if you use it, though. Yeah, there's lots of volume on Grab, dude. Lots of volume. Hood back to 117, Palantir 167, Nvidia 178. All right, so what do we guys think, bro? September, 12 days in. What do we think? Do we think we're avoiding a nasty September, or do we think it's too early to tell? Like, in one sentence, how are you guys thinking this plays out? Because we already got some pretty crappy data in September in regards to the labor market. And all of that has just led the market to go up. Next week, we have FOMC. What happens when J. Powell finally cuts? Like, then it's official. And that's like, I know there's a faction of the investing community that thinks rate cuts are super bearish, which you can make an argument for why they are. But given the momentum that this market is primed on, hoping for the rate cuts, I don't think it's going to be bearish. Might get a little bit of a dip, but I don't think it's like some massive dip. I think like the market wants rate cuts. They're not expecting 50 or 100. They're expecting 25. Very basic. And I think we'll get it. Maybe it's a sell the news, but like we have earnings, starting in October? Do we think earnings are going to suck? I mean, I don't know. I think Nvidia is going to crush it. Tesla's definitely going to crush it. Tesla 390 because of the EV tax credit. Palantir, look, I was at AIPCon. All I can say is from the customers I talked to, it does not look like Palantir is slowing down. It really doesn't. And so, and their guidance kind of shows how much they're not slowing down. So I think Palantir is going to crush it. I know it's expensive, but I think they're going to have good earnings. Grab, I think, really should crush it, even with some of the hiccups they had with the protests over the past couple of weeks, because they got it for $3.4 billion. They're going to have to do at least $850 million, if not $900 million of revenue to stay on track with that guidance. And so you would imagine they're going to have upwards of 25% growth. I don't think Meta and Amazon are not going to crush it. Oracle already crushed it. Like, what company has some horrific earnings that kind of ruins the end of the year? I don't see it. Google obviously has just turned into a monster perception-wise now that the DOJ stuff is done. That should also help them in regards to being able to secure more deals towards the end of the year with advertising relationships. So SoFi should, I mean, is it crazy to say this is 30 by end of year, 35? If the rate cuts just fuel refinancing demand, SoFi should probably grow another 40% quarter. Like, why would this year suck towards the end of the year unless we get a horrific labor market that requires the Fed to cut by like 100 bips and we're in full on save the economy from recession mode, which I just don't think is going to happen. I just don't think so. Doug says retail doesn't have to sell because they just go on vacation. Yeah, I mean, look, and retail is diamond handing a lot of these names that like Tesla. How much of retail is held on? And first of all, there's been a lot of retail that actually sold Tesla and they reallocated, which is, the smart thing to do earlier in the year. But there's also a lot of retail that's just been buying the dip on Tesla and says, I don't care about what anyone says. I believe in Tesla, and every month I'm going to buy 4 or 5 shares and just add to my stack. And now they're getting rewarded. So I don't know. I don't know what exactly the massive bear case is next year. I was going to say stagflation, but why would we have massive stagflation with the PPI that we got? Rocket Lab, by the way, breaking out 51.22. Rocket Lab up 5.7%. That PPI, unless Chris is right that it's more of an anomaly and that PPI will spike back up in November, December. I mean, if PPI and CPI stay flat and the labor market weakens, we should not have a stagflation issue, especially with rate cuts on the way. And we're not going to be cutting rate cuts into stagflation. So I don't know if that's the biggest bear case. And then the other big bear case that everyone was talking about, which is AI is a bubble. I mean, oracles aren't, dude, unless they're bullshitting us. I just don't think AI, you can confidently say Nebius getting 20 billion is a bubble. Oracle getting 300 billion from OpenAI is a bubble. Nvidia trading at what? If you believe $7, $8 of EPS trading at 25 to 30 times earnings, that's a bubble. That's just not. It's just not a bubble, which means more money likely continues to get allocated there. Check resistance for Rocket Lab 52. Let me check. Rocket Lab 50. Who's been buying the Rocket Lab dip at what was it, like 44? Remember last week it fell like 11% in a day, and there was no reason why. It just felt like 42. 52 has 52,513 shares. 52,513 shares for Rocket Lab. Grab right there, 581. Dude, if we can break 590 today on Grab, that would be exciting. FOMC is next week. That is correct. Thoughts on CoreWeave? I don't love the valuation on this. However, Nebius and this is Jose's analysis, right? Nebius's $20 billion deal showed CoreWeave could be ridiculously undervalued. Now, look, it's not ridiculously undervalued if you look at just the raw numbers on their earnings. But if they were to get a $20 billion type of deal, I mean, CoreWeave already had a deal with OpenAI, I think. If they were to get more of those, by the way, the Nebius CEO was like, we're going to have more of these hyperscaler deals. He was like, you should expect more of them. And so, I mean, whether you buy CoreWeave at 90 or 110, if this thing's going to 200, I don't think it matters. So the question is just like, do you believe they're going to get those deals? And that's where you have to have deep, deep domain expertise on the data center industry, which is why I'm not in a ton of data center plays besides NVIDIA. Like I bought 100 shares at 28.90 just after the Nebius earnings, and I still have those, but I just don't know enough about it. And I think there's a lot more DD that needs to be involved to see how much momentum these data center plays can actually pick up. Duolingo right there, 318. That's getting some love. Let's look at the heat map about 2 hours into the day. Yeah, still pretty much red across the board besides Microsoft, NVIDIA, Apple, and Tesla. Everything else still pretty much red. I don't have IBIT. Honestly, every time I thought about buying IBIT, I just end up buying Hood. So, yeah, you guys saw me. I was buying a lot of Hood at 100, 105, 110, 115. I think my highest I bought it was at 116.74. And so, because it was chill, dude, Hood was chilling at 100 for basically 2 months before it dipped to like 97 before S&P. So at 100, I think I was one of the first persons on Twitter to buy 100 shares at 100 the day it touched 100, and I posted a screenshot of that. That was the morning of the Tom Lee interview. So I've been buying a ton of Hood. I think for now my Hood position's probably like complete. But then every time I go to these events, I'm like, dude, I don't know if I have enough. Like this is just like this company is not slowing down. The only fear I have is a bear market, which at that point you just want to have some cash to be able to buy more. ANET, Arista, is that down today? ANET, that is down 7%. All right, maybe there's some news. I don't think they had earnings. What about A-Lab? How's that one doing? That one's also down 2%. All right, so you got some data center plays going down. Wow, grab 582. She hit it. Hit it again. All right, so if we break 582 to 583, then we're another 52-week high. And maybe there's a chance for 590. Also buying silver. Yeah, I see a ton of people that have been saying in the chat they've been buying some more silver. Silver and gold continuing to do very, very well, which is also kind of weird, right? Because SLV up another 1.39%. I mean, it's weird because like usually equities kind of take a break when silver and gold go up because people are scared. But now I think people are just scared of the dollar and they'll buy anything outside of the dollar. AKA crypto, Ethereum, silver, gold, Robinhood, Palantir, NVIDIA, like Tesla. They'll buy something that's growing because they're so afraid of the dollar depreciating. And I can't say that's a horrible thing to do. I mean, especially if you don't believe that we're going to be able to protect this currency as strongly. And when I mean protect, I don't mean like the dollar's gone. It just means like, it's going to be debased over time as we keep printing money. And that means other assets that are outgrowing it really do matter. Elon tweeted about AMD. Did he? Let's see. Wow, grab 584. Okay. I think she wants to actually play with the big boys, bro. If she breaks 590, she might actually want to play with the big boys. Elon, I'll try to find his AMD tweet. Obviously, Elon's been tweeting a lot about Charlie Kirk. By the way, guys, we do have an update right here. Let me switch over to this real quick. It looks like they found the shooter, and the government, or the bullet, the Utah governor saying, had "Hey Fascist" written on it.
There's nothing more that we can share at this.
That he had been communicating with a friend on Discord about the gun. Do you anticipate any more arrests?
We do not at this time have any information that would lead to any additional arrests. Yes, but the investigation is ongoing.
How he came into custody of police and where he is right now?
Yes, so right now, Mr. Robinson has been booked into the Utah
Tyler Robinson is his name.
County Jail. You heard the president this morning report that that he was taken into custody, that his family and a friend helped to deliver him into custody of law enforcement in Washington County. For those of you that don't know where Washington County is, it is the southwesternmost part of the state of Utah. It's about a 3.5 to 4 hour drive from here, where we are right now, and that's where he lived and where they turned him in.
So this is the person I believe Trump said he's very confident is the actual suspect. And wow, grab 585. Okay, so she's actually trying to make a move. If this is correct, that the bullet had "Hey Fascist" written on it, and this is a 22-year-old guy, by the way. This is a young guy who seems to have carried out the attack. I mean, it's just sad, bro. It is very, very sad. Yeah, that's the name. Tyler Robinson, 22. He has not been interrogated yet, it seems like, by police. And it looks like they found him this morning or late last night. Yeah, there you go. That is the official. Again, the bullet had "Hey Fascist" written on it. Oh my goodness, dude. Absolutely wild. 586, dude. I didn't 587. All right, I didn't really think she would try to go for 590 today. I didn't really think she would try to go for 590, but maybe she is. Volume on this bad boy is insane. It's crazy today. 40 million shares. That is well above the average. She's moving. Tesla still 388. Palantir 167, getting a bit of a move. Hoodie 116, and then S&P all-time highs again. 658. Where were you guys when you found out the news? Where were you guys? I told you guys I was in Vegas. I was having lunch with Chris, Tanner, Roy. Where were you guys when you actually found out the news, or when you saw the video? Did someone call you? Did you see it on Twitter? Kind of how did it play out? AMD just tweeted about quantum processors and GPUs. Quantum processors and GPUs have the potential to form a powerful duo for next-generation supercomputing, but they operate on fundamentally different principles. To bridge that gap, IBM and AMD are developing a framework to enable the two to coordinate seamlessly. Okay, so you have AMD. They have this IBM partnership they announced a while ago. So it looks like they're explaining more about that partnership. And then Elon tweeted right here, AMD is now working pretty well for small to medium-sized models. Small to medium-sized models. By the way, I met an AMD employee at the Hood event, and let's just say, all right, this is gonna get some of the AMD people mad, but let's just say he's buying a lot more NVIDIA than AMD, and he works at AMD, and he's not, he manages he's one of the people that manages their Meta account. Meta is a massive customer for AMD, and he's bullish. He's not like he's bearish on AMD, but he's buying a lot more NVIDIA. So his logic is just NVIDIA is growing faster, they're innovating faster, all that stuff. And it is what it is, But it's not like he's bearish AMD. It's just, I don't think we see NVIDIA stuck at 170 end of the year, dude. I think we're closer to 200. And if we are, AMD is also probably closer to 200 by the end of the year. S&P right here, 658, grab back to 584. We did hit 587 on grab. Reddit right here, 254. That goes red. Palantir 167, Tesla 389. Hoodie again, trying to go green. Grab right there at 584. Microsoft, nice little breakout today as well, 509 based on that OpenAI news, which is not too bad to see. App Lovin' as well, 581. HIMS at 52, that one getting some momentum. And then you got Coinbase at 329. Yeah, Tesla basically feels like a coiled up spring. That's what it feels like. And for anyone religiously buying it every single day, I mean, today is your day where you start to get a pretty big breakout. A lot of you guys said I found out from my friends. My wife called me just by scrolling. Just as I got home from work, I was in bed. Doug said I was coming back from a funeral. That is sad to hear. I was at work. I was golfing. Yeah, it seems like all of us were just living our regular lives. And then We saw that news. Dude, and the thing about Charlie Kirk is, again, like, even if you don't follow politics that deeply, you've probably seen him on your social media feed. Like, he was prolific as one of those conservative commentators that would just pop up on your feed, even if you don't like the guy. And so, like, people knew him he was very close to Trump and Vivek and all the people in the administration. So that was one where it was just like, my goodness, they really went after. It was kind of like they were sending Trump a message and, you know, the conservative movement a message by taking out one of their biggest public speakers. And that's what made this very scary to kind of see it playing out in real time. Rock Lab right here up 6% on the day. And it kind of, dude, it sucked the air out of the event at Robinhood, because it's like, I don't think everyone knew about it, but like I had people come up to me like, yo, did you hear the news? And I was just like, it was kind of like when I was at AIPCon in March and Elon had tweeted about the Epstein list with Trump. Everyone was just like, holy, like, you know, like, so it was one of those things where just could not imagine someone doing like those kids, bro. Those kids are going to see that video one day. And they're 3 years old. You know, they can't understand anything that's going on right now. But one day they're going to be curious. They're going to see what happened to their dad, to their father, bro. Like, he can't be they don't have a dad anymore. They don't have a father. Because someone didn't agree with his opinion. And that's the most malicious part of this. Is like, you didn't agree with his opinion. And therefore you took him out. And it speaks a lot to the country. In a world in which we can't have discourse. Like, we all disagree in the chat about stocks and financial stuff all the time, but I don't want to kill you because you don't like Grab. I hope someone didn't want to kill me because I didn't love SoFi. Like, you know, it's like it doesn't get to that level. But in politics, it is, and that's the part that's getting very, very sad. And I don't know how, as a country, how we're going to deal with it. But hopefully, it just doesn't continue at those levels. Grab 590. $5.90, baby. Okay, does she want 6? Does she actually want $6? $6 resistance is 439,000 shares. Dude, if we break 6, if we can actually break 6, something's happening. Someone knows something. This cannot be retail hype. I'm not pumping the stock. I mean, I've tweeted about it a couple times, but in no way have I started some massive Grab cult army. Like, yes, I know a lot of you guys know about the name, but it's nothing compared to like Open Door or anything like that, right? So it's like, this has to be, I think, a bigger institution thinking there's a move coming. Because what, randomly people woke up and just started buying Grab? Like, it may be part of that is the reason, but I don't think that's the entire reason for a 5 to 590 move in 3 days. So maybe there is some news coming out, and we're just going to have to see. SMCI right here, still up 3% as well. Palantir 167, AMD 157, Google 239. And then you got Grab right there at 590. Flip the table. Dude, we've been waiting for this one for a minute. But we got to see. We got to see. I still don't believe it, dude. It's got to hold on to it. It's got to hold on to it. Like, even if we just marinate in the 590s for the next couple of weeks, I'll be so happy, because like 450 is a joke. 470 is a joke. 480 is a joke. 590 is not fair value to me. Fair value is closer to $8, but you know, wow, 591. Okay. People are actually stepping in, bro. People are actually stepping in. Even $5 to me was a joke, right? Because it's just like, no, like this stock is worth much more than that intrinsically. But then when it got to 470, like a week ago, not even 5 weeks, a week ago, I was like, okay, this is stupid. This is getting stupid now. And so you're seeing a reversal as the market potentially is beginning to really recognize that. And that's not too bad. The other reason I want Grab to win is because a lot of you guys didn't find me during Palantir. Wow, 592. More of you guys found me during Hood. But I feel like now all of us together get a chance to find Grab together, right? Because like some of you guys found me when Hood was 40, and you're like, oh, I missed it when Hood was 7, and then Hood gets up to. So many people told me at the Hood event, they found me when Palantir was at 40. They got afraid because Palantir already went from 7 to 40, and then they missed the move. All of us have been able to marinate with Grab from 450 to basically $5 for the past. I mean, I introduced the thesis in January. I would say it's been almost a year. It's been like 9 months, right? So if this one wins, I think all of us are winning together. I know not everyone's in it, but a decent chunk of us will get a chance to be in this one together. So we got to see, but she's making a little bit of a move. Tesla right there, 389. BMNR, is it going for 52? BMNR is trying 5170 right now, 5130, up 7.3%. Maybe that one's going for 52. Okay, so I don't know much about the Lumen Palantir partnership, but I will say Dougie was buying Lumen under $1. Unfortunately, he sold it a bit too early. But yeah, I haven't gone deep into the Palantir Lumen partner. Actually, no, so I can't say I've gone super deep, but I did talk to one of the Lumen directors at AIPCon, and we recorded a small interview. So I'll be posting that next week on Twitter. All I can remember from that interview, because it's been like 7 days, so I have to rewatch it. But he said telecommunications is ripe for disruption, and Palantir is a major player in helping them. So yeah, I'll post that interview in a bit. But Dougie was pounding the table on that bad boy, just kind of ran away from him. So it's nice to see Palantir having a partnership with them. Elaine says, I bought Lumen after AIPCon. Yeah, I mean, they were talking about some pretty cool stuff. And Palantir, it looks like, is only accelerating that momentum with them. Grab 594. Is she actually going for it, bro? Is she actually? Dude, we got to get through 500,000 shares at 6 to break through. But if we do, 693 or 393,000 now at 6. Grab has not seen the 590s in 3 years, dude. It's been 3 freaking years. So this is pretty bullish action to see. And we're seeing some real momentum. Mr. G, thank you for the $100 super chat. Appreciate you being here, Mr. G. And thank you for the super chat. Falling Knife, thank you as well for the $200 super chat. Been very, very kind with these super chats. Thank you for being here. Erwin, thank you for the $10 super chat. Appreciate you, man. Jay Duff, thank you for the $20. Who needs sponsors when you have us? Keep grinding. That's what I told the guy last night at dinner. He's like, dude, man, I can get you like 20 grand a month. I'm like, bro, I don't want to tweet about Kalshi for it's so funny when I talk to people who are making money off sponsorships and stuff. I have nothing against it, but like, they're just so short-term minded in terms of building their brand. And it reminds you that a lot of people they're so greedy, dude. They're just so freaking greedy. They don't see a long-term picture. And I was trying to explain, like, no, like I have a real audience. It's authentic. Like, there's a real community here. Like, they like me because I don't shill these random companies that I don't believe in or anything. And he's like, yeah, but the money. I was like, yeah, but like the purpose, and I'm not saying money's not important, but like there's also something else that's a bit more important. And ironically, when you go after the thing that's more important, money ends up finding you long-term. So yes, I appreciate you for the super chat. And thank you for being part of the community. NVIDIA right here, 178.20. So NVIDIA breaking over 178. That's really nice to see. Where's Broadcom? Didn't it hit 360? 360 again, 360.82. It hit 365. Now it's back down. Or actually, it hit 374. But Broadcom also was at 297 before earnings. And there you go. Now you got 360. What do you think about GameStop's double beat? I haven't gone deep into it, but apparently their collectibles business did really well because Jimmy is getting into the collectibles business. So I haven't gone through the numbers, but I mean, look, if Ryan Cohen can pivot the business into collectibles, trading cards, all that stuff instead of video games, again, I think they have $8 billion in cash, right? Like, why? Like, if Ryan Cohen can really pivot it, then maybe there's an opportunity there. I'm just not in it. I've never fully understood the story, but that could be the catalyst that potentially gets them to turn around. AMD right here, 157, S&P 658. Got SoFi trying to go green, and then Palantir 166, Hoodie 116, and Grab there at 590. They opened up a Pokemon slot machine website and are printing with it. Really? Yeah. See, I didn't get to read too much into it, but I do know that was the part of the earnings that people were really happy about. And honestly, Steve last year called this. He said GameStop should pivot into full-on cards and Pokemon and baseball cards, all this stuff. And he was like, I think that's what they should be doing. And maybe that's the way they go after it. And they have Bitcoin on the balance sheet. That's also, if Bitcoin runs, that could also help. I mean, if you have to sell calls on Hood for next week, what strike would you do? 125. 125, I think, is reasonable. Obviously, you can go like to 127, 128. But that 125 to 130 range, I don't think is too crazy. Does she really want 6, bro? Does she really, really want 6? We're going to see. Prince, thank you for the $5 super chat. I have 20,000 shares on Grab under 5, all because of you, bud. Prince, congrats. I mean, again, this is a fun one because this was the 3rd album after Palantir and Hood, and we spent a long time building out the album thesis, spent a long time communicating it. It didn't do much all year, so I think people have had a long time to read the thesis, understand it. And yeah, I think again, I'm not asking for the moon here. I'm asking for $10 in a year and a half, which is a double. And you know, we got to get used to being okay with a double, even if it's not a 10x. You know, I don't know if it's Hood, Palantir, 10x type momentum, but a double is incredible in 18 months. And if you have options, obviously that can really magnify it. So we got to see. 595. Oh my goodness. Is she really going to try, bro? Is she really going to try? I feel like she wants to. Well, my options should finally be up because they've been stuck all year. Yeah, there you go. We're green on the options. These things, dude, these things have been down like 40,000 at one point. So again, those are 2,500 call debit spreads. If it goes to 10, I make $540,000. If it goes to 750, I make 80,000. If it goes below 750, I make 0. Right now, we're up about 17%. We're up 14,000 on this. So we have till January 2027. I picked 10 as my strike because that's what my personal model says. I think $10 is reasonable. So we got to see. We got to see. Also, I have some calls in my Roth as well. How are those doing? I have $70 calls, not $70, $7 calls. Okay, those aren't doing too bad either. So these are the ones in my Roth. 90 of them. $7 strikes, December 20. So these are not spreads. These are just $7 calls, December 2027. Those are up about 34% as well. But we got to break above 6, bro. We got to really see, can it break above 6? That's when this gets exciting. Tesla right here, 390, Nvidia 178, and you got S&P 657.94. Is Iran moving today? Iran is up a little bit. I mean, dude, Iran was at 15 before earnings, so this one is basically doubled. I mean, it's been an incredible move. So congrats to anyone in this one. And then Nebius, again, congrats if you're a Nebius. Monster deal. It looks like they're not slowing down. And it is very exciting to see a company re-rate overnight based on one deal. It's literally a thesis changing move to the upside. And it looks like it can help a lot of the other data center plays as well. Yes, we have been spoiled with the runs over the past few years. That's why with Grab, like even people like, don't you think it'll get to $10 by like end of year or 2026? I'm like, it could, but on the raw numbers based on what I've calculated, and I spent a lot of time talking to a lot of people. I talked to my investment banker friends in freaking Los Angeles. I talked to a bunch of other people from Southeast Asia. Like when I put all the numbers together, I think $10 by 2027 is not crazy, which would still be a double in 18 months. But could it go beyond that? Yes. But if they put up the growth that I think they can put up, I think that should be not crazy to achieve. So we just got to see. The other problem is with it becoming like an open door situation is this has 4 billion shares outstanding. Open door, I don't know how many shares outstanding they have, but when you have 4 billion shares outstanding, it's kind of hard for it to squeeze as aggressively as like an open door. Also, Grab doesn't have the cult that Open Door has. Like Open Door has a cult leader who's very enthusiastic about doing whatever it takes, going in front of celebrities and begging them to buy a share. Like he will do anything. And I respect that to an extent. I don't love that being the basis of how the stock has risen, but I respect his hustle. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to go sit in front of Drake's house and tell him to, like that. I think the market will recognize the value of the company if the company executes. This is not like, some hype. Like, no, Grab's got to put up the earnings, and I'm confident they will. But if they don't, they don't. So we got to see if they can do it. And if they can, I think we can get some strong momentum. Warner Brothers up 15%. Dude, that acquisition news last night was crazy. I did not expect Warner Brothers to come out and potentially say they're getting acquired by freaking Paramount, which is not even confirmed yet, but still. Oh, wow. Tim Cook. Hold on. He's doing an interview with Kramer. Let's see what they talked about.
500 billion selfies with iPhone every year.
I think I did 100 billion.
If all of us were in a selfie, we would enter one at a time. The phone would recalibrate.
All right, well, can we get someone in the selfie that we really just respect and
Yeah,
love?
let's get him
We
in
got
here.
Wendell Weekson from Corning.
Wendell.
Oh,
So glad to be here. So glad to be here.
Welcome to Harrisburg, Kentucky.
Thank
Tight.
you.
Welcome, buddy. Tight.
Yeah. Yeah.
And please, like you, that community is the most important thing. Community is not just America. Community is making it so that we have productive lives that we sometimes, as you said, lost the ability to do.
Yes, like the facility you're in today, we actually built it in the 50s, but we view it as our job to keep working with great customers like Apple. We keep innovating and changing the products that we do here because we're committed to the community and the people of the community. Today, you guys will get a chance to meet with folks whose family have been here for 3 generations working in the plant.
This is really cool.
Well, Wendell, you know that there's a perception.
Okay, so they're in the Kentucky plant. Wow, 596. Dude, I think she's going for it. The problem is $6 has 500,000 shares waiting. That's going to be, who's buying $3 million worth of grab at $6? Like, I can help out a little bit, but 597. Oh my, is she really trying? Is she really trying, bro? 402,000 shares at $6. 598. Oh my gosh. Maybe it is Triple V, bro. Maybe it is. I should call him. Be like, bro, can you just do me a favor? Can you you do me a little bit of a favor? He might actually do it, bro. He might do it for the hell of it. He might legit be like, okay, sure. He might actually do it. I think he owns I think he bought 1 million shares at 480 like 3 weeks ago. I don't know if he still held it, but I do know he bought 1 million shares there. 596. Guys, I don't have the bell. The bell's upstairs. The bell's upstairs. Oh no. We would need a bell for 6. We're gonna have to get a bell for 6. Google right here at 240, Nvidia 178, Tesla 389. Is Bitcoin moving as well today? Bitcoin, yeah. Also, we didn't even talk about Bitcoin all morning, bro. This thing was at 116 last night. I don't know what kind of caused Bitcoin to make a move last night, but it did. And it's kind of holding on. And it's holding on. Siege, thank you for the $20 super chat. Thank you, mate. Keep building your branding and let us buy stock in it. I don't think AK Media will ever go public, but I appreciate you, Jason. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being part of the chat. YouTube user, thank you for the $5. Love the community you built. Learned about Palantir Hood and Grab from you. Just wanted to say thanks for keeping it authentic. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being part of the community. And yeah, those 3 names have done, well, those 2 of those names have done really good this year. The 3rd name is the one that all of us are thinking might have a chance to do well. And it's cool to be on the journey with everybody. Guys, do I go upstairs? Do I get the bell? Do I get the bell and get it? Sachin! What's up, man? Sachin's here. Okay, if I go up and I run and get it, I don't know if I'll be back in time. Then again, $6 has a lot of resistance, so I might have plenty of time to get it because I think 6 is going to be a fight, bro. 400,000 shares, that's going to be a fight unless the volume is that high. Go get it. Okay, so let me just let's play a video while I'm waiting. I'll try to be back in like 2 minutes. And we'll see if we can get there. Dude, I mean, breaking 6 would be different today. That would not be easy. But that would be quite incredible. That would be quite incredible if we can break through. All right, let me put this on and I'll be back. Also, when is the Gemini IPO happening? That should be happening pretty soon as well. So I'll be getting some updates on that in a bit. On this volume, she's getting 6. It's a lot of shares though, bro. It's a lot. It is a lot. All right, I'll play this video. Let's listen to, well, let's actually finish up with the open door thing because I didn't finish that. Actually, no, that's done. Oh, let's hear the professor. Okay, let's hear the professor. All right, let's hear the professor. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Here we go.
I mean, a lot of people did not think that we would go or better. 30-year averaging 6.35% for the week ending September 11th. That was down from 6.5% the week before. So that maybe a thought. Look, we still have some affordability problems in the housing market, but we want to see it go in that direction. And it tees off of the Treasury market, not necessarily just the Fed funds rate. And then the stock market, I mean, add that to the easy financial conditions. We're at record highs. August was a really good month. If you look at what's happened basically since we bottomed in April around all the tariff mania and the extreme fear around that, it's gone up to record highs. And then the dollar's been weak pretty much all year. And if you add that up, by the way, I'll just add one more thing in, David, because I know you watch this very closely as well.
Yeah.
I mean, credit market. Credit spreads trading very close to multi-decade tights. The execution conditions, I'm told, in the credit market are just about as good as it gets, and the demand is strong across the board. I mean, from the short end to the long end. It just shows you things are really easy. Why? We're not going into recession, or it doesn't look necessarily recessionary, though things have slowed. I think the tariffs are actually a welcome benefit when it comes to the budget deficit and bringing in money. And the Fed looks set to ease. So all of that added all up, and you've had this really easy kind of scenario with money.
Yeah. We'll talk about the deficit in a minute, because yesterday's numbers were not as encouraging as some had hoped. Let's continue that conversation with the Wisdom Tree's Jeremy Siegel joins us this morning, a Wharton professor. Happy Friday, Jeremy. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Sarah kind of laid it out nicely. I mean, dovish Fed, AI trade, strong forward margins. I mean, some seasonality that's not playing out. Can it stay this good for long?
Yeah, I mean, the trend is still there on an upward basis. I mean, we're getting through, half of September, the end of August, usually seasonally bad, and we've held up extremely well. All eyes, I mean, it's really important, not to next week's Fed, not only what they do next week, but we get the dot plot for what they're going to or intend to do over the next 3 meetings. Because the September meeting is really important because they give an end of year forecast, and it really means something in that September meeting, because with September and then the 2 further, we will see how many cuts they plan for the year. I think there's going to be 1 cut unless we get very weak retail sales. That's the only, I think, really important data that is coming out before the Fed meeting.
Yep.
We won't get that jobless claim that jumped up until after the meeting, so they can't act on that. If it's very weak, we could push to 50. I expect, by the way, we might see dissent on both sides. Maybe some will say no cut and some will say 50. I have never, for a long time, I think it's going to be the most interesting meeting that we have had.
Especially if Stephen Myron gets in the Fed by Tuesday. I mean, he's set for that Senate vote on Monday. I do wonder if he'll push for a 50. We were talking this morning, having a conversation internally about so a lot's priced in terms of Fed cuts. So what would Powell say? What would it take for the market to rally further and it not to be a sort of buy the rumor, sell the news? And I do think more dissent around 50 could do it, because that would indicate that maybe the center will shift toward doing more even sooner.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah. Well, I think some people are saying, if they do 50, it'll scare the market. It means there's a lot of weakness. But, as I've maintained for a long time, the Fed fund should be about 100 basis points under that 10-year. You've been talking about that 10-year, just over 4. That means we should be just over 3, and we should be going towards that. Obviously, 3 cuts over the next 3 meetings will bring us down 75 basis points towards the 3.5, a couple more next year. I think the market, a lot of people are saying it's now pricing in 50. I don't think so. But I think one could say maybe a dovish 25, a 25 that opens further cuts.
Dovish tone would be helpful.
I think is pretty much what they expect.
Jeremy, on some of these year-to-date winners, I mean, we've talked a lot about Micron this week, Oracle, obviously, Tesla today up 5% on no news. Do you think instead of like a tax loss selling environment going into year end, we are going to see a chase where real money just can't afford not to track?
Yeah. I mean, and that year end fear, a lot of people did the rotation. Oh yeah, the Mag 7 is over, and it wasn't over, or AI is going to take a break, and it isn't. And they may be worried very much about how does their year to date performance going to look on December 31st. So we might see AI and the AI related stocks remain very, very strong to year end. That being said, if the market believes it's going to be 3 cuts and a couple more next year, I think there's really a good case for that broadening out. Also, you'll see the small stocks, which are very, very linked to that interest rate expectation, probably continue to do well.
I mean, stagflation is the sort of dirty word. Rick mentioned it on University of Michigan sentiment, which is weaker economy, higher inflation.
Yeah.
How big of a risk do you see that to the market right now?
I think when that rate, a few months ago, as Rick mentioned, jumped up to 6. I said that's crazy. Even the most pessimistic forecasters were nowhere near that. I mean, there was a lot of mainstream media hype. These tariffs are going to cause a lot of inflation. And a lot of people, did get scared on that and put it in their forecast. This is a consumer expectation. It's not an investor expectation. It's not a business person's expectation. I'm not saying it's irrelevant, but I wouldn't put that much emphasis on that. Also, I mean, basically what Powell said is we can see through tariff-induced increases as a one-time tax and not raise rates or tighten as a result. I mean, that was the pivot at Jackson Hole. So,
all right, we're back. We are back. Still pretty much same price, $595, $596. And we're going to see. We're going to see. We have the bell ready. I don't know if we actually break 6. That's a lot of freaking shares we got to break above to get there. But we are prepared. Dude, it wasn't me. It was the freaking elevator. For some reason, it was being it took forever. I don't know. I guess there's people going up and down to it. There's 4 elevators, and I was like waiting for 5 minutes just to get one of them. But all right, let's see. 596 right here. Tesla 388. Oh, by the way, the chairman of the board of Tesla just tweeted, or just not tweeted, but they just said Elon has completed political service and is back at Tesla. That is also why I think it's getting a pump today, because you've got the chairman basically telling investors, hey, he's done with politics. Now, granted, if you ask Elon this, I don't know if Elon would necessarily say that. However, Elon kind of did say that to an extent at the All In podcast, or the All In Summit, which he had a surprise appearance, and he was asked about Doge and like the government, and he was like, dude, basically the government's unfixable. And so maybe when the Tesla chair is saying, yeah, Elon's done with politics, he actually means it, because I mean, it's going to be really tough to fix the government, and Elon now has firsthand experience with it. And investors could just be excited that he's coming back to Tesla. That could also be the reason. Tesla right there, 388, grab 596. And you're starting to see some of this momentum. Sachin says volume is 55 million in less than 2 hours, almost 100 a minute. That's like 5 million per minute. It can gobble up 400,000 at 6. Who knows? And use Palantir for elevator optimization. That's true. We can maybe fix the elevators with Palantir. That's a good point, though. That is that's 5 million shares a minute based on the volume today. So 400,000 shares at 6 shouldn't be asking for much. That is a great point by Sachin. And again, for those that don't know, Sachin has been in Grab longer than me. He was one of the. I remember, dude. I think I talked to Sachin for, was it 4 hours? Sachin, back in end of January, we had a phone call, 4 hours, just like me trying to fully understand, because he's in Malaysia, trying to fully understand the thesis. And so he was pivotal in me like really understanding it. But that is true. If there's 5 million shares a minute in volume, this thing could get gobbled up. It is possible. This is Elon last week talking about the problem with DC.
You're in Palo Alto and not Washington, D.C.
I'm at Tesla global engineering headquarters in Palo Alto.
Yeah. So no more Washington, D.C. You're back at work. You're focused. Yeah?
Yeah, I haven't been to DC since May.
Okay.
that was a hell of a side quest.
That was a good side. Any lessons from your time in Washington, D.C.?
The government is basically unfixable.
Elon, only.
I applaud David's noble efforts in this. It's good to have talented people in the administration, but at the end of the day, if you look at our national debt, which is insanely high, the interest payments exceed the Defense Department. I guess, sorry, War Department budget, and they keep rising. So if AI and robots don't solve our national debt, we're toast.
So that could be one of the reasons why Tesla's getting bulled up. I mean, if investors are like, all right, Elon's done with that, he's back to just robotaxi FSD, and then you're pulling forward some of that S growth momentum with some of the evidence with the Nevada robotaxi rollout. That could definitely be getting a lot of investors more excited about Tesla. Sarah, thank you for the 2,199 TRY. These are Turkish liras. So thank you for the 2,000 Turkish liras. That's about 50 USD. Thank you for being here. I feel like I should have known TRY, but I had to Google it right now. But it is a Turkish lira. So thank you all the way from Turkey for being here and being part of the channel. Someone says I was at the Olin Summit. Let me know if you were there. I mean, they had Karp, Vlad, Elon. I mean, it seems like it was really good. I haven't even watched all the interviews yet, but it seems like it was a really good summit. Yeah, I did see JKL at the Hood Summit, though, because he came to Robinhood's event after the Olin Summit. And it looks like it was a strong set of interviews, and I think Karp crushed it. I mean, there was a lot of people there that were fans of Palantir as much as hate Palantir gets. There was a lot of people that actually were excited to see Karp, so it's pretty cool. Amazon right here, 229, Meta 749, Grab struggling to get to 598 again. It's basically stuck between 593 and 597. We got to wait to see if it can get that burst into 598s, and then maybe we can see $6. Maybe we can see. Amit, are you going to make a public account now that Robinhood will let you make a separate account? Yes. The problem is, I don't know. So I was playing with the feature because it's rolled out on mobile. It's not rolled out on desktop yet. And the problem is it's not completely separate yet. As in, you can't fully, like, for example, if we wanted to buy 100 shares of NVIDIA on the public account, it's going to combine those 100 shares with the current amount of shares you have and show you the total amount of shares, which is not how I want to do it, right? I want to have it separate on the public account because it's not my account. So I got to look into it to see exactly how they do it. Maybe I'm missing something and I didn't exactly see how they enable it. But let me know if anyone else is having that problem, because that kind of defeats the purpose, right? The whole point is to not mix my personal shares of NVIDIA with the public portfolio. It's like to have a whole separate thing. So, and I think they could fix that easily. Like the one thing I noticed is that their product engineers are very receptive to feedback, especially from me. Dude, the amount of people that came up to me at this freaking event, and they're like, "Hey, we saw you use Webull on the S&P 500 stream." I was like, "Goodness gracious!" The amount of shit I got for that. I was like, "I forgot to use Legend, but we have some issues with Legend that we need to fix." And they're like, "All right, tell us what we need to do." And so they were very, very receptive to listening to. I was like, "Guys, if you really want me to use it, like, you need to fix some of this stuff." And they're like, "No, we really want you to use it." I was like, "All right, so like, you really got to fix this stuff." And it looks like they will. Are they going to fix their colors? Yes. I saw a preview of a whole new design on Legend with like black in the background and dark red and dark green. It looked so, I was like, guys, like, I will stream with that it looks so sexy, so much better than Webull. So I was just like, if you can ship some of these features by the end of the year and fix some of the things that I need to be fixed, then I'll be using it. So I think they will. Okay, I opened a linked joint account and the positions are separate. While buying, there's a drop down to select which account you want to buy shares from. Okay, so I haven't played with it too much, but I made like a YouTube portfolio on my phone. Oh, there is a drop down. Hold on. That could be. Oh, you're right. You're right. Okay, cool. So now the question is, I haven't seen it on desktop. I want to see if I can see it on desktop. Because right now it's only on mobile. That would actually be very easy then to do it that way. Yeah, grab right there, 591, falling a little bit. Let me see on desktop if it opens up a separate account. So if I want to buy a share of Hood in the YouTube portfolio, when I press buy. Oh, no, yeah, perfect. Okay, so if I buy one share, yeah, that works. Okay, look at this. So this is Robinhood. You see how that says YouTube? It says $0 buying power because I don't have any of it there. Okay, perfect. This was my issue last night because I was playing with it and I was like, dude, like this kind of defeats the purpose if there's multiple. But that makes it very easy. All right, good. So now, yeah. So we will be I think we'll probably start it towards the end of the year, but we'll start the public portfolio. I really want to do it on Robinhood because I love Robinhood's UI to sell options and all this. I didn't want to go to any other platform. And it's not just me. Everyone's been waiting for multiple accounts. Like people have for so long have been waiting for like their dividend account or their growth account or their this account or that account. So this was like one of the biggest things I think they announced. And it's just going to create more engagement and more transaction volumes and deposits. So now a lot of people like the shorting feature. I don't short stocks, but a lot of people like shorting. So for those that short, I mean, people are really excited about that. But for me, the multiple accounts was like the most important thing. So can you show step-by-step how you did it? All you have to do is I scrolled all the way to the right on my mobile app. I might have a different UI, and you press the plus button, and then boom, you can set up a new account. I've never done it on desktop, but I'll probably make more accounts on desktop, and I'll show you guys. But yeah, on mobile, I think most people got upgraded to the new UI where it like puts all your accounts at the top, and you can like scroll through them. If you go all the way to the left, you press the plus button, and then boom, you can create a new account. You don't need to short. You're already short. Okay, that's fine. That's funny. That's a good one. Anyway, I met a lot of you at the Hood Summit though, and I like if you met me in person, I'm not that short, bro. Like I'm 5'8" with my sneakers. Like it's not that bad. I'm not like 5'4" or 5'5" or anything like that. So, yeah, I'm not the tallest guy in the world. I get it. I'm not 6 feet. I'm not 5'10". But I'm not like, oh wow, I'm short. Like I don't think anyone had that reaction. Hopefully. But most of you guys were average height like me. I had like 10 tweets asking Robinhood for multiple accounts. So glad they had. Yeah, a lot of people have been asking about this. Frank says I moved multiple six figures yesterday because of them adding multi accounts. Wow, that's a big feature, dude. I think just for convenience, people wanted multiple accounts, but now it looks like people actually want to bring over entire different parts of their portfolio from Fidelity or Schwab into Hood, and the multiple account gives them the freedom to do that. They shipped a lot of stuff at that event that I think should be beneficial for everybody. Shout out to Sam. Grab, she's coming through like a good friend. Awesome stuff. You got Grab moving. Sam also has been on the Grab train with myself, Sachin, Gab Growth, all of us. Just been trying to talk about this name. Sam was one of the first people talking about Grab back in like November 23. I think his average is like 350 or something. So he has been discussing Grab for a long time. Helped me with my due diligence on it as well. And maybe it's making the move. Ori, thank you for the super chat. Grab pump is purely technical. It might be a purely technical breakout. It's just the volume on this feels like someone or something thinks that something's going to happen. 60 million shares. When was the last time Grab had a 60 million share day? It had to be months ago, and it had to be before earnings. And earnings is not going to happen for another 2 months. So this type of a move is just like, you don't see that on a random Friday. Unless, who knows, maybe it is purely just technicals and that's what's happening. Would you buy the dip in Oracle? So Oracle, even at 291, I don't know if that's a dip from 350 because Oracle was at 230 before earnings. So look, I don't know who the hell was buying this thing at 320, 330, 340. The stock is up. It's a large cap that's up 40% in a day. Usually you don't buy that. because there tends to be a retracement. There tends to be a little bit of a consolidating period. And also, I mean, this was not an NVIDIA quarter in the respect of Oracle's going. NVIDIA put up 250% revenue growth, and they're guiding for 275% revenue growth, which is what happened back in 2023. Oracle said, hey, look, our remaining performance obligations, which is not guaranteed revenue at all, but it's what we've contracted, is up 350%. Now, are they going to grow that another 350% next quarter? Then Oracle is going to go to like $2 trillion. But RPO doesn't tend to double every 2 months, right? Every 3 months. And Oracle's not selling GPUs, right? So it's not, it doesn't have the sort of consistency in terms of CapEx that NVIDIA has at the level NVIDIA has. So to me, anyone buying at 330, 340 was just buying way too much into the hype. It was way too much FOMO. Now, granted, if it was at 350, would I say that's a horrible valuation? No, because they have crazy RPO growth. But it's just a lot of that growth in terms of the stock has been pulled forward, and you kind of just let it chill. And obviously, investors are saying maybe we don't want to give them that much of a multiple before we actually see the revenue, because again, it's not revenue yet. So it's not bearish, but at 340, 350, I think that was just too aggressive buying shares at those levels. And still up from 230 to 290, I don't know if that's the best valuation. But maybe it's heading back to 350 next week. So all I know is, as an objective third party who doesn't own shares, that was one of the most bullish quarters I've ever seen for AI, CapEx, and cloud computing. And if that's not slowing down, then we're going to get a lot of excitement. Just wondering, why is it not guaranteed revenue? Well, I just mean technically, right? RPO is not guaranteed, right? So for example, one of those customers can say, hey, we don't want to pay you anymore. Like, the rumor is OpenAI has signed a $300 billion contract with Oracle. What if OpenAI doesn't think the obligations that Oracle is? What if OpenAI doesn't feel Oracle is matching their obligations? What if OpenAI gets a better deal from someone else? What if OpenAI's revenue growth isn't strong enough for them to be able to pay that money because of whatever reason? So, like, at the end of the day, it's RPO. It's a performance obligation that Oracle has to live up to in order for them to materialize that revenue. Now, granted, I don't think there's a reason they wouldn't materialize that revenue, but it's not actual revenue. NVIDIA was like straight up 300% growth for like 4 quarters in a row before it finally started to deaccelerate to like 150% growth. And that was like the NVIDIA exponential growth phase that no one could deny. I don't know if Oracle sees that. But if they do, and you buy 292 and you wake up in 5 years and it's 500, you're probably not that upset. So ultimately, we're going to have to see. What if Sam gets arrested? Yeah. What if Sam gets arrested? You can't back out. Well, no, that's a fair point. I mean, some of these companies that have signed contracts, there might be a world in which they can't back out. But from my understanding, at the end of the day, RPO is not revenue. And RPO has to one day translate into that revenue. And you just have to ask yourself, can they grow it at the level that they're growing at? The one red flag you got from Oracle is that they're guiding for 4 years. And that felt a bit pumpy. It's like, really? You're going to give, you really know what's going to happen in 4 years to be able to give that type of guidance? But if they think they have other deals lined up, not just OpenAI, and they feel comfortable enough to guide out for 4 years, then there's a reason it's pumping, because they just know that momentum is not slowing down anytime soon. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you can't back out. You can't recognize revenue until you performed it to under GAAP. That's a fair point. Oh, did you guys see the Tucker Carlson, Sam Altman stuff? That shit was crazy, bro. Shout out to Carlson for just asking the hard questions. I mean, he basically was like, hey, did you kill the OpenAI whistleblower? And Sam Altman was just like, I don't know how you want me to respond to that. He's like, are you accusing me of murder? And Tucker was like, no, but I'm asking you, did you murder him? And it was pretty freaking wild. Let me get that clip right here. But this was when you saw it. And there's a lot of people that were just wondering, like, hey, where is the full story on, exactly how this is really playing out? This is that clip.
Stealing people's stuff and not paying them, and then he wound up murdered. What was that?
Also a great tragedy. He committed suicide.
Do you think he committed suicide?
I really do.
Have you looked?
This was like a friend of mine. This was like a guy that, and not a close friend, but this was someone that worked at OpenAI for a very long time. I was really shaken by this tragedy. I spent a lot of time trying to, read everything I could, as I'm sure you and others did too, about what happened. It looks like a suicide to me.
Why does it look like a suicide?
It was a gun he had purchased. It was this is like gruesome to talk about, but I read the whole medical record. Does it not look like one to you?
No, he was definitely murdered, I think. There were signs of a struggle, of course. The surveillance camera, the wires had been cut. He had just ordered takeout food, come back from a vacation with his friends on Catalina Island. No indication at all that he was suicidal. No note and no behavior. He had just spoken to a family member on the phone. And then he's found dead with blood in multiple rooms. So that's impossible. Seems really obvious he was murdered. Have you talked to the authorities about it?
I've not talked to the authorities about it.
And his mother claims he was murdered on your orders.
Do you believe that?
I'm asking.
I mean, you just said it. So do you believe that?
I think that it is worth looking into. And if a guy comes out and accuses your company of committing crimes, I have no idea if that's true or not, of course, and then is found killed and there are signs of a struggle, I don't think it's worth dismissing it. I don't think we should say, well, he killed himself when there's no evidence that the guy was depressed at all. I think, and if he was your friend, I would think you would want to speak to his mom or...
I did offer. She didn't want to.
So do you feel that, when people look at that and they're like, it's possible that happened, do you feel that that reflects the worries they have about what's happening here? Like people are afraid that this is like...
I haven't done too many interviews where I've been accused of like...
Oh, I'm not accusing you at all. I'm just saying his mother says that. I don't think a fair read of the evidence suggests suicide at all. I just don't see that at all. And I also don't understand why the authorities, when there's signs of a struggle and blood in 2 rooms on a suicide, like how does that actually happen? I don't understand how the authorities could just kind of dismiss that as a suicide. I think it's weird.
You understand how this sounds like an accusation?
Of course. And I certainly, let me just be clear once again, not accusing you of any wrongdoing, but I think it's worth finding out what happened. And I don't understand why the city of San Francisco has refused to investigate it beyond just calling it a suicide.
I think they looked into it a couple of times.
I'll link it right here in the chat for anyone who wants to watch it. But come on, bro. That shit, I'm not accusing one of anything either. I haven't gone deep into the story, but just his body language, the way he's talking about it, he instantly starts playing victim. He's like, are you accusing me of murder? It was weird, bro. He's one of those figures in tech that, Elon has been, Elon quote tweeted that and Elon said that he was murdered. So Elon obviously believes that Sam Altman did this. Now, granted, Elon doesn't always tell the truth as well. Elon might not know the whole truth, but the point is, it's fishy. It's really fishy. And I don't know. Is there a bear case to OpenAI if Sam Altman gets arrested? Yeah, sure. Will he actually? Dude, Sam Altman is one of the most powerful people on the planet. You guys know he walks around with this blue book bag, and that blue book bag has it's like a nuclear book packer or something that has a bunch of stuff in regards to AI. It's never been confirmed, but the theory is that he always walks around with this thing because he's got something important in it. He's the point, and even if it's not true, the point is he is constantly involved in the conversations that America has with AI, that the world has with AI. So I don't know if there's a world in which he can actually go to jail because he's just too important. But obviously that would be a bear case on OpenAI. It's not literally nuclear codes, but it's very valuable information that you kind of have to have with you at any moment when it comes to dealing with anything that can go crazy in the world of AI. And I think he's too powerful. I think he's too powerful to ever get arrested. But I'm happy Tucker Carlson asked those questions, but those are real questions. And the family of the person who died, the whistleblower, that was the person they were talking about. They want more answers. And it looks like the San Francisco Police Department has kind of gave up on the case. And so I was happy to see Tucker at least ask the questions and try to get some type of response. Pounce right here, 166, Tesla 389. Grabby grab fading a bit, 598 to 588. Maybe we don't see 6 today. Volume is still very high. But even if we close above the 580s today, I would be happy. BMNR is at 50. All right, so everything taking a red candle. Not a red candle to the point where things are red, but enough of a red candle where high of days have now faded. Even S&P is red. Tesla was at 394, now at 389. So if we end out Friday, September 12th like this, with Grab anywhere near the 580s, Tesla anywhere near 385, NVIDIA 175, Palantir above 165, I'd be happy. Even SoFi, 26.24. I think this one eventually breaks above 26, but this one's kind of been chilling at these levels as well. Go put the bell back upstairs. Yeah, guys, I went to get the bell and now we didn't get our momentum. Stock draft, we are at Matt's at 26, I'm at 20, Tanner's at 14, Steve's at 4, Chris is at 7. So Steve so far is in last place right now, led by PayPal, Salesforce, Netflix, CrowdStrike. He has Broadcom, which has done great for him, and then HIMS and MicroStrategy. My biggest loser is Duolingo. Matt's biggest loser is ASTS. Tanner's biggest loser is Trade Desk. And then Chris's is Novo. That is what we have on the rankings. I am not doing an all-day stream. In fact, we are not doing the market close today because at some point I think I need to sleep because I barely slept last night as well. Also, I have Arnie and Amir here, so I'll be making sure they're taken care of. So we will do a Saturday stream tomorrow night with Arnie and Amir. So we'll do something with all three of us. But yeah, there's not going to be a market close today. But this one, look, we've been 3 hours and we basically got into the middle of the day. Where is the Gemini IPO, bro? When is that? Is that happening at 1 p.m.? I guess that's not happening now, but we're going to see when that plays out. We have, is this guy talking? Kash Patel is in the background, but he's not talking. Let's get an update from this and then we'll keep going from there.
This feels a lot like the late 60s.
Miranda Devine, Fox News contributor, New York Post columnist.
Let me see if we can get the actual conference here.
It is not good to consume. Social media is a cancer on our society right now. And I would encourage people to log off, turn off, touch grass, hug a family member, go out and do good in your community. That is happening, and it's happening organically right now. I had a friend in a small city in Utah who said, we're getting together. The Republicans and Democrats in my little town are getting together to have a discussion tonight. Last night, just to find a way to find their better angels. So yes, this could be. I mean, again, you have to go back to JFK to have seen a video live of something like this happening. I wasn't born until 1975, but I know that things were really dark in the late 60s. Sorry to some of you. I know some of you were there, but this is our moment. Do we escalate or do we find an off-ramp? And again, it's a choice. It's a choice. And every one of us gets to make that choice. Two more questions right here.
Could you clarify that the release of those enhanced images at 8 p.m. timeline that Director Patel gave us led to the arrest at 10 p.m.? Is there a direct connection between those two events?
I cannot comment if there is a direct connection or not, but all I can say is that that through some process, the family came to know that this had happened.
Okay, we'll see if Kash Patel talks. Again, he's the director of the FBI. I don't think he spoke yet, so we'll see if he speaks next, and then I'll see what he has to say. But yeah, it looks like they officially have the suspect in custody, and now they're going to begin communicating where the motives were and how this ended up playing out. Yeah, guys, no market close today. We will have officially the regular schedule back tomorrow. Again, I have Amir and Arnie here staying for the weekend, so I kind of got to be with them during the market close. Right now, they're out. They're out at brunch, which is why I also got to do the market open. But we will be back to normal next week. Regular market open, regular market close, no distractions. There's no events, no traveling. And and we will keep it pretty normal. So I think we should be okay. I don't think we have any crazy events coming up. But to even work nowadays, dude, it's just the beginning of September coinciding with moving out led to like a bunch of things happening. I didn't know AIPCon, Robinhood, then this Palantir event I had yesterday. Then Amir and Arnie are coming over, so you have to entertain your guests like as they're here. So it's just like a bunch of stuff for the next couple of days that I don't even know if I'm going to be able to go back home to see my parents this Sunday because they're with me. So there's just the first 2 weeks of September were just like a grind. But now I think we're done with those 2 weeks, and starting Monday we can. I've not even lived in this place for more than 3 days, bro. So it's just been a wild back and forth. And even if Amir and Arnie weren't here, bro, like I kind of need to sleep. I still barely slept last night, so like I might need to sleep through market close. It's been, dude. Waking up today, I'm telling you, that one was hard. I woke up. I think it was like 40. It was like 8 a.m. 40 minutes before the show. And I look out the window and I'm like, I got to get up. I got to do it. But oh my goodness, do I need to just like lay down for a bit. But we're here. And I'm not complaining. It's just like we need a little bit of a reset. So I think we'll be back for next week. Why can't they go to dinner while you do market close? I got to take them out to dinner. I'm going to take them around the town, show them the area. It's Amir's first time in New York. Dude, Arnie's becoming like a vlogger. I got to show you guys some of his vlogs. He's like vlogging his trip as he's walking through New York. And it's hilarious because he's doing it in Italian. So it's like, the way he's speaking is just hilarious. And he's just like recording everything. So it'll be some good vlogs to see. I don't know if we see Grab hit 6 though. I don't know if we hit it today. Maybe at market close it gets enough volume, but it's kind of stalled out at 592. If we even close above 590, I'd be very happy. We just got to see if it gets there. Microsoft, is that one ripping a bit? MSFT. Yep, there you go, 2%. I guess the OpenAI partnership clarity got the market excited. And that's what we may be seeing. Matthew, thank you for the $10 super chat. You guys should make an overall percent return of all the stock picks combined in the returns if someone had bought them all. Yeah, next time we do the stock draft, we're going to do something similar to that. And on the public portfolio, I want to have a bunch of different like variations of it. So I have a bunch of ideas going into the end of the year, and we'll try to navigate them as well. Christina, thanks for the $20 super chat. I just identified my first bull flag on VST and bought calls. Thank you for your technical Tuesdays. I learned to trade because of them. That's awesome. Jason has helped a lot of us with technical Tuesdays, and he'll be back next week. And the bull flag is one of those indicators that's not the hardest to be able to find. So it's nice that people are picking up on some of the indicators that are, not the most complex in technical analysis. Did Kosh speak already? Did he speak? Let me see if I have the footage. Okay, we have a little bit of Kosh talking. Here we go. Let me pull up this.
Happens when you let good cops be cops. The FBI and our partners are proud to stand here today together to bring justice to the family of Charlie Kirk and honor his memory. I want to express my deep gratitude to President Trump, the Vice President, and the entire White House who have been so incredibly supportive with both resources and just personally to the FBI as a team. They had our backs the entire way, and I just want to express my gratitude for giving us the resources we need to operate in this space to bring this sort of justice at this sort of speed. In 33 hours, we have made historic progress for Charlie. Governor Cox, our partnership has been absolutely incredible these last few days. Our partnership will endure. Your state and local partners, your sheriffs, your DPS community has been unbelievably impressive in the hardest of times. And a case like this cannot be solved, cannot be brought without partnering with your state and local authorities. The FBI has a certain role to play, and we will play that role, and we will lead out for the federal government. But Governor Cox, we are so grateful for your state partnership that led out on this investigation. A little bit.
All right, so they found him. We're going to get more updates soon. I don't think this is a story that's going to go away for a while, especially given the political polarization that it's continuing to cause. But obviously, it was just very, very, very sad to see that all play out. You just don't think that stuff happens until it happens. And then it happened. And you're like, all right, now we live in a new reality where we have to deal with this stuff. BM&R right here, falling a bit from 50 to 49.60. Yeah, market's taking a breather. It's 12 p.m., lunchtime. All those green candles going slightly red. Grab, she's fighting. I don't know if she's going to get there. Volume is 65 million. Volume has obviously died down from where it was in the first 2 hours of the day. But a hold above 60 would be, or hold above 550 would be nice. Yeah, it's wild, bro. It's absolutely wild. I think also, like the one thing that I don't like seeing is like people are like, well, there's all these other bad things happening in the world. It's like, yes, but like that doesn't mean you deny that this is also bad. People are like, well, what about this? What about that? It's like those are bad too. But it's like the gruesome nature of how viral, first of all, the video went. And second of all, him as a personality, like people die every day. But when you are someone of a public figure and you die, more people care because they know who that person is. That person had an impact on their lives. And so, just because other bad things are happening in the world doesn't mean you can't look at it. A man who did nothing wrong other than speak his opinion that was, conflicting with other people's opinions, get a headshot, who has 2 little kids. I don't know what human being looks at that and is like, yeah, but look at all the other problems in the world. It's like, yeah, of course there's other problems in the world, but the humanity of taking a moment to be like, well, that's not something that we should accept as a society to see. To me, it's just stupid. Like, it's just ignorant at best. So yeah, I didn't like it, dude. I hated it. I didn't get to speak publicly about it because I didn't go live for the past couple of days, but obviously I saw it and it was really, really scary to see something like that happen. And again, with social media, it goes viral, right? So like, and Twitter, Elon's opened up the floodgates where nothing kind of gets banned, no matter how gruesome it is. So like that video went viral on Twitter, and most people ended up seeing it. I mean, the last time we saw something like that, I think I was listening to someone last night. It was JFK when you saw a headshot that explicitly, and it wasn't exactly a headshot; it was more in the neck, but it could have been Trump unless he had turned away. I mean, it makes you think, dude, what if that really did that? Now that we saw something like that happen with Trump, again, with that pivot, it only got his ear. But could you imagine if that actually happened to Trump? I mean, it is scary, scary, scary shit to see. And hopefully we can move forward as a society from it. SoFi 25 or 26.18, Google 240, and then Grab got to 596 again. I don't know if she breaks through 6. But she's at 595. Yeah, with the Luigi stuff in UNH, like there was no video of it. Or I don't think there was a video. I didn't see any video. Yeah, maybe there was a video. I didn't see it. But yeah, it was another headshot. Which the fact that this is happening over and over again for people that disagree with other people, it is not nice to see at all. At all. 598, yeah. 598 was the highs of the day. 595 right now, bro. If there was a video, I did not see that. I never saw that video. Ironically, bro, when that happened, I was on the way to Robinhood's Investor Day when the Luigi thing happened. I was in the train with Roy. And then this time I was at Hood Summit when this event happened. So, but this time I actually saw the video because I was with everybody. Stay live until she breaks 6. I don't know if she's going to easily break 6, bro. There's 500,000 shares we have to bite through to get above 6. I don't know. Let's see. She's close. She's got to break through 597, I think, for us to think there's a shot right here. Let's see. Stay until Tesla breaks 400. Okay, Tesla 400 might be harder. How much is ask Triple V to buy? Dude, he would actually do it. I don't want to ask him because he might actually, he's a degen at heart. He might legit just be like, okay, just buy it. And then it goes back down to 580 and then he's down money. Tesla 400 resistance is it is 348,000. A little bit less than Grab, but still 348,000. Those two are going to be tough. If you go offline and hit 6, it won't be fun. Oh my! All right, 590s. All right, that's. I mean, like, bro, if that's 3 cents away, that's making me want to stay. 590s. This is the second attempt too, so now it's like, all right, it might. If it's 598, I have to stay because now it's really making a chance to break it. Dude, $6 is 529,000 shares. Oh my gosh. It's a decent amount. It's a decent amount. One thing I'll say on the Charlie Kirk thing as well, don't scroll Blue Sky. Because I was on the plane 2 nights ago. I was scrolling Blue Sky, which is like the Twitter competitor. Dude, it just lets you know there's a lot of people in this country that fundamentally see the world in a different way. And, you know, I mean, for lack of better words, you had people that were literally celebrating and happy that happened. They weren't thinking of him as a father. They weren't thinking of him as someone who has 2 kids, as just a human being. They just disagree with his political opinion to such an extent that they were happy he got taken out in public with a headshot. And I'm scrolling through some of this shit, and I was just like, we are very divided as a country, and I don't know what's going to fix it, but we are very divided. 598. 598. All right, 2 cents. 2 cents to break through. See if the volume can come in. I hope no one booked this studio while I'm here. If they come in, I'm going to have to leave because I'm like an hour and a half above my time. So hopefully no one comes in here. 599. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Is she going to do it? Oh my goodness. Is she going to do it? Is she actually going to do it? Is she actually going to do it? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Is she going to do it? Is she gonna go? Dude, that's 500,000 shares. Someone's got to buy $3 million worth of it. Oh my goodness. Oh my, the volume's there. The volume's there. Now you just need the buyers. 599. We're all looking at it together. We're gonna see it together. The bell's here. The bell is with me. Dude, 6 for the first time in 5 years, guys. I mean, we got to see 527,000 shares to get there. 599. I mean, if it has this much volume, you think it can break through. We just got to see. Yeah, I mean, also the sellers could cancel their orders as well, which means you don't need that many buyers. That could help us out. Well, we got to see. Volume today is 67 million shares, which is way above the average. See, these are the moments on a company's journey that you remember, and I'm happy everyone's here because, like, if it ends up really taking off long term, it was this moment where all of us who, believed in it, we get to see it try to make that attempt. And again, it doesn't feel meme-ish. It doesn't feel hype. Like there's no catalyst. It's just, it seems like it's going for it. Like it's really just going for it. And given the fundamentals are so good, it doesn't have to stop there if it goes for it, which is the exciting part about this. Short interest is like 10%, I think. Well, 8%. So it's not a massive short interest, but the shorts have been in control for the past couple of months with this one. 528,000 shares. Got to break through. There it is. There it is. There she is. There she is. Grabby grab. Grabby grab. For the first time in 5 years. Grabby grab. $6 a share. Congratulations, everybody. Grab. $6 a share. Here we go. Damn, bro. She really broke through. She really broke through. This has been one we've been waiting for a minute now. We have been waiting for a minute. I'm buying 1,000 shares at 6. I'm buying 1,000 shares at 6. There we go. 1,000 at 6. 1,000 at 6. Can't be afraid of 52-week highs. Being afraid of 52-week highs is like being afraid of success. It's like being afraid of success. You got to buy into the strength. There you go. I'm in at 6. Added 1,000 shares to the stack. Now we got to see. We got to see if this can continue. Theoretically, most of the time you have this much of a pump, it takes a little bit of a pullback. However, this is a 4-year consolidated base. Look at this chart. Look at this chart. It has been 4 years, and it is finally breaking above 572, which was the all-time high back in November. And yes, there will be some sellers here, sure, because they want to unload their bags. But I also think there's price discovery and blue skies that the market might be going after. So there you go. $6 on Grabby Grab. $6 on Grabby Grab. Was that quote made up on the fly? You know, I've actually been thinking about that quote for a long time. I thought about it I think a month ago. And I was just like, dude, I don't know where I was thinking about it. I was just like, being afraid of all-time highs is like being afraid of success, right? If you believe in something and it's real and it's going higher and it's making momentum and it's not, BS, it's like legitimately you think it deserves to be at a certain level in terms of a stock price, right? And it's kind of applicable, I think, metaphorically to anything in your life. Like you don't shy away from the momentum. It's kind of a take on you don't shy away from the bright lights. When the lights are on, then you embrace it. And so it's like, if you believe a stock is undervalued and it gets to 52-week highs in this case, not all-time highs, you shouldn't be afraid unless you have zero conviction in this. And the reason I was thinking about this is I think it was back in August when Hood was like 115, 116, I was buying, and people were like, why are you buying at these levels? It's like, I'm not afraid of Hood. I think Hood deserves to be here. Like it's almost like you're afraid of Hood being successful. It's like, no, is it expensive? Yes, but I believe in it. And I want to show that belief by adding to my position because I see a long-term vision here. Same thing with Grab. I really don't think it deserved to be at 450 in January. How much is it up year to date now? Grab year to date. Also, I have this in my stock draft, bro. So that should be helping out the stock draft as well. Yeah, there you go. We're up 27% on Grab in the draft. We got it at 471 in the draft. Year to date, the stock is now, wow, dude. It's actually up 27% year to date. Yeah, it was at 470 year to date. There you go. Not too bad. Not too bad. That's the toppiest comment ever. No, but I really do believe that, dude. Like, if you believe a stock getting to all-time highs deserves to get to all-time highs, and you're afraid of buying more and adding to your position, you either think the stock is ridiculously overvalued and expensive, or B, you don't think the stock deserves to be at this momentum because it's all based on hype and nothing fundamental, and you're afraid of buying, right? Because you think it's going to fall. Or you buy because you think Grab at 6 will be Grab at 16 one day. And then that's genuinely how I feel. And so I'm not afraid to buy it here. Now, granted, if it tanks to $5 tomorrow, that would be annoying, right? Like, I get it. But, I also don't think that should happen given how I think about the momentum and value and sort of fundamentals of the company. But stocks are stocks. They can come down. And long-term, if you believe in it, then that's what matters. Wow, we got through. And we hit 601, too. So we broke a cent above 6 as well. Jason, thanks for the $20 super chat. Loaded up Grab this morning. The volume tells the story. I agree. Volume this morning was definitely a big indicator, which was awesome. Ashish, thank you for the $14 super chat. I'm grateful that I found your channel, mate. I missed that on Palantir and Hood, but Grab will be a journey that I will enjoy with you and your community. Love everything you do. God bless you. Yeah, that's the other really exciting thing about Grab is a lot of people miss Palantir and Hood, even from a community perspective. And I'm not promising, or I'm not even thinking Grab can get anywhere near the 10x results that Palantir and Hood had, but I think it can be a good stock for us. I really do think this could be a good journey for us. And I feel so convicted on the fundamentals of it And as long as the company executes, then it should be a journey that all of us get to enjoy, and all of us get to take our hard-earned capital, take a chance on an individual stock, which is always scary, especially when it's not even in America, right? So there's a lot of due diligence that's been done to understand, hey, even if it's not an American company, will it be able to execute like some of the greatest American tech companies in the world? And given Uber's literally on their board of directors and Uber sold their business to them, like there's just so many things to the thesis that don't scare me. The only part that has made me scared is margins, and their margins are now inflecting, and adjusted free cash flow is expecting, profitability is inflecting. And like a year ago, that wasn't the case. And that's when we kind of had to see beyond the horizon to think that would happen. And I think that is starting to happen, which is why this is exciting. Tesla right here, 392, trying to make a run back for 395. NVIDIA, 177. Palantir, 166. And then Hoodie, 115 on the day. Is the third album a banger? We're going to see. I don't think we can say the third album is even a good album yet. I think it's I at least my public pressure that I'm putting on myself, and then obviously my the personal pressure I put on myself, is for this to be the third album, it's got to hit my target, which is $10. For it to really be an album that we all got to listen to together. Hood and Palantir, first two good albums. I think Grab will be the third one. 602, still moving above 6. All right, some more volume coming in, more buyers stepping in. And yeah, I think it's got to get to 10. It's got to do what the thesis said it would do back in January for it to be the third album, but hopefully it has a chance of getting there. Okay, Gemini shares were allocated to everybody. They were out. Okay, some of you guys are saying you got 1 share, 20 shares, 14 shares. Looks like at 1 p.m. that'll go public. And then we'll see how that one ends up playing out as well. Shout out to Sam. Thank you for being here, man. You got Sam solid. Congrats to everyone who believed. Awesome stuff, Sam. And thank you for all your due diligence as well. Again, Sam pitched Grab back in like December of last year. Like he's been in this for a long time, and he helped me understand the thesis as well. So you have a really smart community, I would think, that is, done a lot of due diligence on this. 603 on Grab. Let's try to come to this conclusion to see if this one can play out. Grab might be entering the iBuying market. Where is Opendoor? We haven't looked at it all day. Opendoor. Okay, it's down 10%. It's not even that big of a deal. After 70%, it gave back 10%. Dude, there have been some people on Twitter that have made life-changing money on Opendoor. Like when I mean life, I mean like people are up $10 million. Literally, there's a screenshot of someone up $10 million because of Opendoor. So I don't think the stock price rise has been because of anything fundamental. But regardless, if you got in it and you just believed in the movement, even if you didn't believe in the stock or the company, you made a lot of money. So the question is, do you sell or do you see this thing out to 82? And I don't know where the story goes from here, but the point is it has definitely captured a lot of people's attention and been able to make a lot of people a lot of money. And if there is something fundamental and it turns around, maybe that story is not going to be gone anytime soon. And I believe in that new CEO. I think you got to give him a year. You got to give him a fair shot. I just don't know exactly how they can fix some of the structural problems with iBuying. But he is an operator, and if he is able to do that, then Opendoor with this retail community can do very well. NVIDIA right here, 177, Reddit 256, Amazon 228, S&P 657 in Grab. Dude, if we can get a close above 6 too, that would be the really exciting part. If we can get a close above 6. Because then it's like, all right, maybe we're done with the 4s and the 5s, which would be very, very nice. Amade, is Gemini competition for Hood in the crypto market? Yes, every crypto exchange is competition for Hood. But Hood's crypto volumes have been so strong, they're up triple digits year over year, that, more people from the numbers that I'm seeing like buying crypto on Robinhood and Coinbase. Those are the leading ones. But obviously, Gemini has a better experience, then Hood's going to have to compete with them. I think Hood's take rate is lower than every platform, though. So I don't know what Gemini's take rate is. Someone can let me know in the chat. But if it's above 1%, Hood is still below 1%. I think it's like 0.8. Granted, Gemini is more of an ecosystem with like Bitcoin rewards and all this stuff. So there's a lot of other ways that they get you to buy crypto on their platform over the others. But yes, it is technically competition for Hood because it is a crypto platform. Kindly, thank you for the very, very kind $50 super chat. Deeply, deeply appreciated. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being so kind. And thank you for being part of the channel. And thank everyone for the super chats today. Again, guys, I really appreciate you guys. You do not have to send these types of super chats, but it means a ton. And I deeply, deeply appreciate it. Grab right here, 75 million shares. It was 67 million. 7 minutes ago when we hit 6? So that's 7 million shares in 7 minutes. Basically a million shares a minute that is being traded on this. It's quite incredible. Is AMD moving? AMD, you got a green candle right there. Nothing too crazy. Again, they announced some quantum stuff today. Elon did tweet about them a little bit. You do have a green candle right there, 2.5%. String of green candles up from 154 to 159. I don't think there's any major headline, but you do have a move there that is going green. HIMS is also moving a little bit. That's up. Not too bad. Sven says, I made money on Open Door, but I did not keep it. Grab is a stock I believe in, like Rocket Lab, Hood, Palantir, NVIDIA. Yeah, I mean, the good thing about Open Door pumping too is like if you made a lot of money, you can kind of just take some of that money if you don't think it's like going to 82 and put it into some of the stuff you believe in. And if it does go to 82, then those people that held will make more money. But if you don't, there's a way to rotate that capital into some of the other names. So the point is all this activity is happening on Robinhood, which is really good. And second of all this kind of highlights the risk on appetite of the market, which is also important. I mean, take a look at the option volumes traded today. Tesla traded 3.6 million contracts. Open Door traded 1.1 million. 1.1 million. And then you got NVIDIA, 1 million, Apple, 881,000, Palantir, Oracle, Rigetti, Robinhood's up there. But Tesla, Open Door, NVIDIA, and then Apple and Rigetti. What was the news on Rigetti? The IONQ news, I don't know if that bled into Rigetti, but it looks like that did. That's why Quantum got a big. Rigetti right here up 14%. Again, I don't know why AMD is making a move right here. I'll try to see if there's any headline. AMD continuing to pump into the 160s. Let me see. Oh, comments at the Goldman conference. Is this it? We will systematically build out training capability in MI355, both on the silicon as well as the software side. It's all culminating in our MI450 generation, which we're launching next year, where that is, no asterisk generation, where we believe we are targeting having leadership performance across the board, any sort of AI workload, be it training or inference. Okay, so maybe comments at the conference is pumping up AMD. I think Goldman is holding a massive tech conference this week, and a bunch of companies, I think SoFi was there a couple days ago, so positive comments from AMD leadership could be the reason why. I don't think Elon's tweet is the reason. I mean, maybe it could be, but it's analyst day. Okay, yeah, so that's it. They're basically talking to the analysts right now. And some of the stuff they're saying likely is bullish and getting the market excited. NVIDIA right here, 177. Grab just below 6 at 599. Broke out to 603 earlier today. Mid, how far do you think Grab can go up? Again, I think 750 end of year is not crazy. And then I think 10 by 2027. I know that's not the most attractive risk reward, but I'm trying to be relatively level-headed on this. This is not Open Door. It doesn't have the massive cult. It has 4 billion shares outstanding. They have to put up real earnings. So I'm just happy to see the volume that's coming in. But maybe I'm too conservative. Maybe there's a lot more juice to this story than I'm thinking about. But overall, I think a double from here in a year and a half is not crazy. How much are the options up, though? Let's see. Are they moving? Yeah, still up 14%. So these options are going to be mispriced for a while because they're so long out. And so we got to get grabbed to the price targets of the strikes to see them move, or we got to get more theta decay, but they are going to hover around this range. My sister also has these options, by the way, guys. I maybe DJ'd a little bit into her portfolio, into these. I bought myself 2,500 of these. I bought her 1,900. 1,840. So if Grab goes to 10, she's buying a house. She would make what? She would make, if this goes to 10, she has a better average than me. She would make $400,000 in profit. Her average is 33 cents. My average is 34 cents. So yeah, we'll make sure to get her a house if Grab gets to 10. I keep telling her, I was like, keep an eye on Grab. If it goes to 10, you're going to be very happy. And she's like, why? And then I started explaining her what like a call debit spread is and like the simulations and like what needs to happen with the long strike and the short strike. And she's like, I don't really care about this. I don't care. I was like, bro, if it goes to 10, you're going to make $400,000. She's like, that's cool. I don't care how it happens. Just make sure it happens. And I'm like, I can't make sure it happens. She's like, well, you bought it, so you better make sure it happens. I'm like, all right, dude. I'll see what I can do. But yeah, she doesn't give a shit. Shout out to my uncle in the chat. Entire family has Grab options. He has some Grab options as well. He has also been part of my thesis. He's in Singapore. And I asked him a lot of questions back in January of just like, so like, why don't you own Grab? Like, what's going on? He was like, I never really thought about it. I'm like, but you use it all the time. He's like, yeah, but there's other competitors. I was like, yeah, but aren't they like a household brand? He's like, they are. Everyone knows about them, but I don't know if the business model is the most attractive. And so we did a lot of work back in January. And he ended up buying. He was like, yeah, this probably makes it. It's so crazy, right? The brands that are closest to you, sometimes you never think of buying. And that was me with Robin. I was using Robinhood for 4 years and I never thought of buying it. And then in 2023, I'm like, dude, I use this every day. Why am I not buying Hood? Like, this product is part of my life. I open it more than I open Instagram. Like, how am I not long this name? And that's when it kind of made sense to me to get deeper into it. Yes, he is also a silver bull. I do not have silver. That is great. We were on the bus to a wedding in India, and he was like, bro, silver. He had some, what was the name of the book? He had a book he gave me that, of course, I didn't read, but it was some book about silver. And he was like, it's gonna move. And I was like, okay, that's why I just kept buying more Hood. He has some calls on silver too, though. Like, that was the first time he actually bought like calls on SLV. I think silver was 26. He bought calls for like 34, 35 on that bus. So that was the first time he like ever bought calls, but he just believed. I was like, what stock do you really believe is undervalued? He's like, silver. Like, okay, that's not a stock, but like, he's like, no, but I believe this commodity is going higher. I was like, all right, let's buy a couple calls on it. Like, if you really believe it, let's buy some calls. I think its expiration is in January 2026. The Great Silver Bull is the book. That is the book. Oh, look who's calling in. Steve, good afternoon.
What's going on?
I'm live.
You're never live at 12:30.
Well, there's a stock today that has made a nice little move, and it's catalyzed me to stay live.
Catalyzed you to stay live?
Do you want to guess the stock?
No, I don't really care.
Really? See, that's just like mean. Like, you really don't care? Like, you actually don't?
I was going to ask if you're still in the city or not.
No, I'm not in the city.
Oh, because that's what I cared about.
Dude, I didn't go to the city today. Arnie and Amir went for brunch, but I stayed home to do the show because I missed it for the past 2 days. So.
Oh, okay.
Why? You want to get lunch?
Well, I was going to say, I wasn't sure if I would be able to get lunch or not, but now it looks like got a lot of shit done this morning, so I may have been able to go quickly do something, but.
Yeah, even if I left in like 10 minutes, I wouldn't be able to, like, yeah, it'd be tough to make it.
All good. Let me guess. What's going on a run? Tesla?
Well, that is going on a run, which is why you should roll your covered calls to like 2 years out. But there's another name that your boy's been kind of nudging you about for a minute. You know?
No, I don't know. So just spit it out. What is
Grabby Grab, baby. $6 on the day.
Good. I'm glad that you're playing grab ass with grab.
Okay, so are you going to buy it now?
No.
I just bought 1,000 shares at 6.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Good for you. I'm proud of you.
Steve, why are you so against, like, why you can't just buy $5,000 for me? Like 1,000 shares for me alone? Like, just like, all right, if Amit's right, whatever. Like why can't you just, like, you know?
I hope you're right.
But you're like making me sad as a friend. It's like you don't care about me by not like just putting in 1,000.
I mean, I don't like companies outside the U.S. What can I say?
I just don't think that's the best argument.
It's not the best argument. I never said it was.
All right. Well, maybe one day we'll get you on this.
Maybe one day, but the market close is going to be wild today.
I'm not doing a market close today.
Why not?
Because I can't. I'm happy you're here. We can talk right now. You called in. So.
What do you mean? I thought you stayed home to do your shows. You can't do the
No, I
market
stayed
close?
home because like my body's collapsing because I've slept 4 hours in the past 48 hours.
You're 27 or 28.
That's not relevant, bro. I'm becoming an old
it is
man.
relevant.
Like, dude, I'm gonna be 28 in a month.
This should be good. Why aren't you doing the market close?
I need to sleep. Like,
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
You're doing the market close. You can sleep afterwards.
Dude, Steve, actually, I have been on a flight for the past 3 days with my back up, my neck stiff, trying to sleep, having the most horrible dreams because on a flight, apparently, you get the most ridiculous dreams. I have not slept in 3 days.
What's the difference if you start your hibernation in 30 minutes or 3.5 hours? It doesn't matter.
Okay, but also, it doesn't make sense to do a market close if we've been live for 4 hours. Like, what's the point of starting a whole new show?
Go take a little break. Go get yourself an espresso.
I don't drink
Got a
espressos.
lot of stuff to talk about in the market close.
Can we talk about how you don't cook your steak?
What are you talking about? That steak was cooked.
Dude, I asked the chat this morning. I'm showing them again. Guys, just put an L or a W in the chat if you think it's cooked. W if you think it's cooked. L if you think it's not cooked. Steve, this is not cooked meat.
It's cooked. It was dark in the room. It's cooked.
No, don't think it's dark in the room. Get the heck. It was not dark in the room. It is blue.
Listen, you have been to Ben and Jack's. It was dark in the room. It is cooked.
Steve, I just worry about your stomach consuming this type of stuff. I'm just saying.
No, it's called, when you eat it the way that you do, you kill all the nutrients.
Yeah, but I'm eating something that's cooked. That's the difference. Like,
you're killing all the nutrients.
Okay. Anyway, in all seriousness, bro, I'm not going to be doing a market close. So I do want to link your article about NVIDIA.
Can you imagine that I tagged a freaking bot because he blocked me?
Oh, trust me, we saw this morning when you tagged a bot. And it was the most boomer thing ever, but it was hilarious.
I didn't even realize it because I had the picture and I thought I could just tag him, but I guess I can't tag him because he blocked me.
Well, don't you know if someone blocks you, you can't tag them?
No, why would I know that?
That's kind of the point of being blocked. They don't want you to have access to any part of their.
Well, I would like somebody to send it to him. I'd love to have a conversation with him about it. Because I threw Costco in the article. So.
Dude, why are you so like? You can't let go of beef, bro. You don't eat real beef, and you can't let go of beef. Like you have it with someone.
I mean, there is no beef. It's just I would like to have an adult conversation with the person about this. That's all.
Steve, you tagged his bot account. Obviously, there's some beef.
No, I would like to have an adult conversation about the topic. I think it's a good topic worth discussing. I answered all of his questions very professionally, very cordial.
Yeah, the feud is still rare. Exactly. The feud is still rare. Okay, in general, this article, so I'm linking it right here in the chat. I know you can't talk for too long, but your synopsis, like what is your argument in this article about NVIDIA?
You're going to think I'm crazy. I got to say that I think that this is going a lot higher, not much higher, a lot higher. I think that next year is going to be so incredible for NVIDIA because they're transitioning into a full stack, not just chips, but everything. We haven't even seen AI factories yet. And they have a roadmap for the next several years. None of these companies can stop spending. And they're expecting just Microsoft, Alphabet, Meta, and Amazon will be spending $600 billion a year on AI within the next 2 years. And then we get the news from Oracle about their CapEx is going to go to $37 billion next year. And then we look at CoreWeave and their revenue backlog is up I think it was up 81% year over year in Q2. This isn't stopping anytime soon. I think my original projections of an 18 to 24 month build out, I think it's light by a couple of years at this point. And when I look at their profit margin and I look at where they're expecting their revenue to be this year, in Q3, they could break 30 billion in net income in Q3. Like this is just, it's one of the most incredible stories.
So what are you calling for by end of year?
Oh, it's going to be over 200 by the end of the year. I don't even think that that's a question at this point. I think look, Tanner was right. I'll give him a lot of freaking credit. He was right again. I think this goes to 250, 275 next year.
So that would be 6 trillion roundabout, right?
Yeah, I really do think so. This is not stopping anytime soon. And their growth is actually accelerating, which is crazy.
Well, that's the fun part, right? Like
and the thing is, at the scale that they are.
Yes, at the scale that they are, correct. So I hate to bring this up because I know it's a little sensitive for you right now, but is your position on NVIDIA getting more boosted by seeing Oracle's numbers?
Yeah, I can't believe that we didn't buy Oracle when I called it at the bottom.
I know. I told the chat. I showed your article from April 14th. I mean, some people bought it, but you and I didn't buy it.
And we didn't buy Warner Brothers. I said we should have bought Warner Brothers. They were going to get acquired.
But I never would have bought Warner Brothers. That would have been a uniquely Steve pick. That would have been so nice to see it work out for you. I would have never bought it, but Oracle, I probably could have been convinced on it. I just didn't.
I don't know. Like, and here's the wild thing: I've called a lot of stuff at the bottom, not like at a market bottom, just like at their bottom. I'm not seeing any real opportunities that have sold off right now.
Well, another thing we were buying pretty heavy in the 40s, BM&R.
Yeah, but we know that's going to fluctuate.
Yeah, I mean that's true.
That's not what I'm talking about. Like, I got to tell you, I think the market. How about the fact that we're almost at 6,600 on the S&P? My end of year target of 7,000 doesn't look so crazy right now, does it?
No, not at all. Not at all. Do you think, I mean, like, okay, so here's the question. Would you buy Oracle now after those numbers, or now it's just...
I mean, it's run so much. It's so much harder to buy it right now.
But the RPO backlog, that further convinces you NVIDIA is not slowing down.
No, NVIDIA is not slowing down. Not when all the hyperscalers are increasing their CapEx, and now you got Oracle coming on. You have the sovereign AI stuff that they've been working with throughout Europe last quarter. There's just so much going on for NVIDIA. I got to tell you, I was thinking about buying more, and not like 50 or 100 shares.
I mean, look, I can't. I've been on the bandwagon with you and Tanner this whole year, and I agree. I mean, the fact that people were calling the top when it fell to 165 last week, I mean, it's hilarious, bro.
No, it's one of the best companies I've ever seen, if not the best company I've ever seen, even though it's not the most profitable yet. If you actually go to my article, and I promise that I will respond to everybody who leaves a comment in it, like if you bring it up and you go to the first two graphs that I built, go to the first one, just the annualized revenue, gross profit, operating, and net income. I've never seen a company scale like this in a 3-year period. It is absolutely crazy. I mean, this went from a company that was doing $26 billion in revenue to like 60 and then 130 or so. It's just insane.
What do you think about the Googs breaking over 240?
Good. I was saying it was absolutely undervalued. Its fair value is around $2 million.
Been kind of all at once at one point, right? Like,
yeah,
it just happened. Like it was 150 to 240.
Wait for the lawsuit. I mean, it just broke. You know, good.
Yeah. Once that
it's
lawsuit,
still undervalued.
I agree. It's still the cheapest Mac 7. What?
We need to stop saying Mac 7 and say Spectacular 6.
Okay, you're not going to be not. You can't say that on a day when Tesla. You cannot say that on a day when Tesla is having this type of a run to just exclude them.
Don't be fooled. Spectacular 6.
Doug was saying we should do the Elite 8 and include Broadcom. But
I mean, I like that better than the Spectacular 6 only because of the NCAA tournament.
But okay, so are you going to roll the Tesla covered calls, or are you going to?
You know, I really have a big decision to make because I was thinking about just letting the shares get taken away
At like 270.
But it's like, I don't know if I really want to roll that freaking far out.
I mean, if you can go to 500 in 2 years with a net credit, I'd rather sell my shares at 500 versus 270. Now, the question is, do you think there's a better use of that capital over the next 2 years? I mean, maybe it's NVIDIA.
That's always the question.
Maybe it's NVIDIA. So I don't know. If it is NVIDIA, then maybe let it get called away. But if not, dude, if Tesla, I mean, I could steel man the argument that Tesla outperforms NVIDIA next 2 years. Maybe not next 2 years, next 3 years, because 2026 is going to be rough. But FSD and Optimus, maybe the margins on those are better than expected. And CapEx is not slowing down, but maybe Tesla starts seeing more of an art. Like, there is a world in which 2027, Tesla's outperforming NVIDIA.
Yeah, I would only be able to go to 420 and a net credit.
I mean, well, you're going up from 260 to 420.
Which, don't get me wrong, is big, but I don't know. I just don't know. But once again, is it worth locking it in for the next 2 years?
It's a question. Got to think about. Also, the 2028 contracts come out in a couple of months as well. Or actually a couple of weeks. I think end of September, I think we get 2028 contracts.
Well, that doesn't do me any good. I have to do something next week.
Oh, it's getting called away next week? Oh.
Yeah, next Friday.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just going to ask Grok. I'm going to do whatever Grok says, maybe.
There you go. AI.
Or I'll flip a coin.
You will flip a coin on whether to let your Tesla get called away, but you won't put $1,000 into Grab.
Pretty much, yeah.
This is just like whatever, dude. What?
No, just because I can't make a decision on what I want to do, so I have to have a definitive way to make a decision. So flipping a coin is certainly a definitive way. That's easy.
You should flip a coin on if you have to buy Costco or not. That'll be.
Do I have to what?
Buy Costco or not?
Why would I buy Costco?
Just saying, it's a great company, you know.
Subscription. I never said it wasn't, but I'm not interested in something that's got a 2.97% profit margin.
Are you buying Gemini, the IPO?
I don't know. I think I'd rather buy more BMNR.
Yeah, dude. I mean, this thing could fall back to 40 any second, but the fact that it's made a move, Ethereum doing okay, like I do agree with you. I think this is going to be one of the better risk rewards by the end of the year.
I think Ethereum is the best risk reward I see in the market right now. I really do.
Yeah.
I really do. But look, I think NVIDIA is going a lot higher. I mean, when I did the research again, I really think it's undervalued here. I really do.
All right. That sounds good. By the way, GameStop's earnings, bro, they like really crushed it on the collectible stuff. So like, I mean, that market's growing. It is definitely growing.
Really? You don't say.
It is indeed growing.
I told you.
That's right.
People are trying to say GameStop's going to 100.
I don't know about that, but there is some solid execution in the other part of it.
These people are insane. 15% short interest. Like, what is wrong with these people?
You know what's so funny about Open Door?
Oh, God.
Again, I told the story so many times, but I had a Zoom call with Steve and Chris when Open Door was $1. And it, as much as I've been like bearish Open Door, like just like I don't like the hype and the memeness of it, I was on a Zoom call with them in December saying, guys, the play is Open Door. And they were like, dude, the margins. And they were right. They were 100% right. But I didn't expect some meme stock rally to take this thing.
In all fairness, when you were talking about it, it was at like $1.70.
Yeah, $1.50, $1.70. And I said, let's buy 250 calls. I think the spread was 250 to 3 spreads.
And it fell to 51 cents for 6 months.
Yeah, so you guys look like geniuses for 6 months, but now it's at $9.
Yeah, and now it does, but at the same time, nothing has changed with the business. It is just a freaking mania right now.
No, I agree. When you guys talked me out of it, as I'm becoming a more fundamental investor and I saw it go to 50 cents, I was pretty happy I got talked out of it, right? Because you had to look
And you put your money somewhere else.
I just put a lot of that money into NVIDIA and Hood, and it did well. But
Exactly.
I could not imagine the mania that it has created. And I guess, okay, here's my question. Do you think it continues, or do you think it ends up coming back down aggressively?
Here's the only bright spot it has. You got Fed cuts coming next week. So it pumps to 12. But ultimately, I think that this is a business that can't be saved.
Because of iBuying.
Look, maybe I'm not the right person to discuss this.
Are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
So one of my coworkers calls me elderly because I still call restaurants to order delivery instead of just placing the order online. So maybe I'm too old for this, but I'm not buying or selling a house on a fucking app.
I feel you. And even if you do, again, to me, it's like there's no margins. That's the issue.
Well, and here's the thing. I get the counter argument, but you'll buy the same amount of money in a stock on that, but you're not willing to buy or sell a house, right? It's completely different. Completely different. A stock, anybody who has the money to buy stock in that quantity, you have all the information in front of you. A house, I mean, you need engineering report. You need to actually go look at it. There are things that realtors do that are not replaceable. So I'm not seeing it. Doesn't mean it can't work, but I just don't think the numbers work for me. I mean, look, their freaking revenue in 2022 was almost 16 billion, and now the revenue's down to 5. And even at a 15 or 16 billion revenue in 2022, they still operate at a loss. So I just need somebody to explain to me how they're going to become profitable with much less revenue.
Well, that's my thing. Even if people are okay with buying and selling on an app and it explodes volumes, where is the profit coming from? Now, maybe, the board member today said they're going to cut 80% of the workforce. He said there's 1,400 people, they only need 200. I mean, instantly their margins will go up, right? But I wonder how radical they're going to be with getting those margins to go up.
Yeah, I don't know. And I need to look more into it because they've never had a profit from an EBITDA level, but they have generated significant profits from cash from operations going into free cash flow. So I need to actually understand where the disconnect is between the two. But on an actual income statement, they're nowhere near becoming profitable.
Yeah. Okay, last question for you, Steve, before you go. Trade Desk. Any thoughts on that one at all?
I don't know much about them.
Okay. Got a couple people asking for it. That stock's just been in the gutter based on advertising momentum, kind of going to Google, Meta, and AppLovin more than TTD. So I think that's been the biggest issue with that one.
Yeah, I don't know enough about them. And SoFi is freaking running. Look at this.
How about SoFi? $26.50, almost there.
Almost there. $30. Here we come.
I think you're right. I think 30 end of year is not crazy.
No, it's not. All right, well, you need to go get your sleep.
Why'd you say it like that, bro? You said it in a way that was very demeaning.
I mean, the sun's out. You should go for a walk outside. You should get rejuvenated, get some vitamin D, go get an espresso.
I gotta, dude, even if I don't sleep, I gotta just like lay down, bro. It's like it's been really.
Sure. Lay down for a couple hours and do the market close.
Dude, I can't. Like, it makes no sense doing a market close. We're 3 hours from the market close. I might as well just stay live the whole day if I'm doing.
There you go. Stay live the whole day. There you go.
All right. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week.
All right,
Later. Oh, guys, me ripping on Tanner is not the same thing, okay? Tanner, we were at an entire event in Vegas, and Tanner was like, I need to sleep. And when you're in the moment in a special event, that's when I think you delay your sleep, right? Because you're like, all right, let me live in the moment. Even if I'm tired, let me go through it. But I woke up on Wednesday when that morning was tough to wake up, but I woke up, and did the show. But today on a Friday where we've been live for 4 hours, and I don't think anything's going to change that much from now until 4 p.m. selectively, it makes sense to kind of take a chill pill on a Friday versus wanting to sleep early on a Wednesday night in Vegas when you're like having dinner with a bunch of people. You know, like that's you got to be selective on when you turn it off or on. This event isn't special. Well, Grab made it really special, breaking above $6 today. But no, we'll be back Monday, and we will keep everything in order in terms of the schedule, open and close without any interruptions. And so we'll be good to go starting next week. These are our special moments. Sleep tomorrow. Dude, I really do appreciate how many people have reached out and how many people care about the show. Like it just consistently, shows me like people really enjoy the show every single day. And I'm happy that people enjoy it. It's just, past 2 weeks was a lot of traveling. So I'm very happy to get back to a normal schedule. Arnie and Amir are going to leave on Monday. So I'll have the next at least 2 weeks to settle into this home and make sure we can do the show every single day. And there you go. That is what we've got. Siege, thanks for the $20. When Grab gets to 10, we need to do the next meetup at Marina Bay Sands in Singapore. Well, the Singapore meetup likely is still happening July 2026. So that I'm excited. Hopefully Grab is $10 by then. That would make the meetup even more fun. Just like when Powell pivoted before the Miami meetup, the Miami meetup, the vibes were so much better when Powell pivoted. We're like, oh, cool. We're not all broke again. So maybe Grab can do its thing. NVIDIA right here, 177. And then Tessie, 395. Maybe 400 end of day. But we got to see if it can get there. All right, guys. I'm out. Appreciate you all. Thank you all for being here. We'll do word of the day. And then Sunday futures. Will we have a Sunday future show? I think so. I think we should. I can't confirm for sure because I don't know if I'm going anywhere with Arnie and Amir. But again, starting Monday, we'll be back to normal. No interruptions. So even if this weekend is not the bad, which I do think I'm streaming with Arnie and Amir tomorrow on Saturday. So we should have that. But starting Monday, we'll be back to normal. And keep it going. Word of the day is tycoon.
Tycoon.
A business person with a great wealth or influence. The waterfront mansion belongs to a shipping tycoon. The oil tycoon faced backlash for environmental violations. There you go. Tycoon is a business person with great wealth or influence. I do not think I'm a tycoon yet in the world of the business ecosystem, but hopefully one day. And yeah, hopefully Grab becomes a tycoon. Hood and Palantir are tycoons. Tesla's acting like a tycoon today. I mean, we just got to see if this momentum can continue, backed by the fundamentals. And if next week we get the rate cuts to continue helping us out as well. Arnie eventually will do the ABCL deep dive. I haven't talked to him about it. Well, when he's on stream, I'll ask him about it. I don't think it's going to be like a full-on deep dive. But yeah, I'll ask him to explain his thesis here. It just might not be like a full hour-long deep dive for it. All right, cool. That's it. We're done. Thank you, everybody. Thankfully, no one came in the studio for the past couple hours. Again, we'll be back on Monday for sure. Keep it going. Market open, market close. My studio upstairs almost is fully audio foamed. You guys said the audio sounded really good last Monday, so that's good. And we will get into our routine and keep doing what we got to do. So, all right, that is it. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. Means the world. Thank you for all the love and support all week. Means a lot. Again, I hate not doing the show as much as you guys not hate having it. So we're going to make sure that we continue to be consistent and get it out the door. And it's been a good week. So, S&P all-time high has been a great week. So we got to see if that week can continue. FOMC next week's going to be important. But so far, not a bad week. Congrats to everybody on Grab. And now we just have to keep the momentum building throughout the rest of the market. All right. Thank you, everybody. Love you all. I'll see you guys on Monday. Probably tomorrow with Arnie and Amir, but definitely on Monday for the market open, market close. Bye, everybody. Have a good one.